Worldwide broadcast. Quickly, updates. My other channel finally got monetized, so we'll see what happens over there. But I had left the Bitcoin sort of genre for about a week, 10 days. Before I left, I called lower prices. There was a lot lower prices. It crashed like $500 lower. So again, my prediction came true, and I just did a show today. And one coin I called lower is down 35%, like an hour after I called it, and the rest of them were also down after I called. I said, stay out of the market. And I mean, it's huge. There's another collapse. There's like a collapse, and then a rebound, and then another collapse, which is happening right now. And I called both of them, and they happened over a span of about 10 days, 7 to 10 days, something like that. And so my predictive powers are just fucking off the chart. The other update is that Bebots, the foot doctor, had his wife's super deluxe iPhone stolen by the junior Bebot Wild Women. I think this is the crew that visited with Mark the lawyer too. Anyways, Mark's wife got the phone as a gift from one of Marco's subscribers, and who came by the Philippines, and he took him around on tour. And one of the gifts that he got was this brand new deluxe iPhone, which he gave to his wife. Well, the little junior Bebot, little hood rats from the barrio, little barrio rats, stole it and then taunted him about it and stuff. And they also put graffiti and minor graffiti on his car and stuff like that. And they're just a bunch of little rambunctious, shitheaded girls. And so now his wife's probably very bummed out that her super deluxe iPhone is gone. Nothing's going to bring it back. They were like saying that they ripped a SIM card out of it or some bullshit, and they were on Facebook with it. You know, the girls were up on their Facebook with, look at my new iPhone and everything. And and now their reaction, the plan the foot doctor has as a reaction to this is laughable as well. I'm not going to get into the whole thing, but it was a fucking 8-hour stream. I had to skip through it. 8-hour live stream. Wow. I don't know how you even do an 8-hour live stream. He does some long fucking live streams, man. It's a trip. So I like his explanation on, the claims of being a foot doctor. And it's like, he says, a doctor? That's a very honorable profession and all this other stuff. I'm not worthy of that title and all this other nonsense. Well, he's actually an ankle doctor. So that's why I did the video, Grab Your Ankles, on the other channel. He's an ankle doctor, actually. Okay? He is a foot doctor, but he specializes in ankles. In grabbing his ankles, I think. So it's pretty hilarious. Of course, we just uploaded a new video, another update. Seems like a foreigner in the Philippines is doing his usual shit. This is a classic Filipino scam that's played on foreigners. Now a foreigner in the Philippines has picked up on it, and he's burning foreigners with it. In other words, it was a Philippine original. He's adopted it, and now he's burning Filipinos. What you do is, here's what you do. This is basically it. It's a two-phase scam, or not two-phase, but two-variety scam. Variety one, let's say there was a storm, a typhoon, came through your village and wasted one of the houses, just flattened it. And there's shit all over the place, belongings, pieces of the house and everything. It's a dead zone, like a tornado went through or something. You see that shit is everywhere. And then what you do is you bring you and your family, if you're Filipino, and you pose. You take pictures or video, like rummaging through the debris, looking for, you'll have a doll or something, a heart tugger, or just some little, a bric-a-brac, sentimental thing, and whatever. And so and then you say, our house got blown down. Can you please send money to rebuild the house? This was played on my buddy from the old days. That's how I know about this scam. The family of his wife back in the old days was always coming up with some new angle to get money out of him. They were constantly bugging him about money. They always are pitching him on a sob story. And this is one of the ones they use. So now a foreigner has done variety 2 of that. Let's say there's a job site and they're building, their chicken shit little cinder block, buildings with it. Well, you go pose by it with a video. We're rebuilding this, that, and the other thing. And, look at that person over there is putting in the pump and this sort of thing. And actually, they didn't have anything to do with funding it. They're just posing by it, doing a video and claiming it as their own. As it turns out, this one video, it was Blind Owl, his subscribers, his money, his management, or whatever you want to call it, his channel that funded this putting in the pump or something like this, and not Foreigner in the Philippines. But Foreigner in the Philippines, in other words, Foreigner in the Philippines collected this money somehow, somewhere. And now he has to look like he spent it somewhere. So what he does is he finds a project and says, we spent your money here. Look at, they're building a home for the orphans or whatever. Now they can keep all the money to themselves and don't have to spend any of it on the project. The Filipinos play this. Even Brain Dead Ned covered this. How some Filipino whore online, Philippine Cupid, one of these sites, strikes up a love immediately. I mean, they talk on the the whole thing, Skype, online, whatever, and they fall madly in love online. And does it take 1 month, 2 months? It depends. If you're a sap like Wallet guys, it's probably a couple weeks. Oh, I have to go. Wow, this girl's interested in me. Plus, Hemi likes her. Okay, I've got to go see her. And then once you get there, she says, oh, yeah, I have a brain cancer. Can you pay for it? And then you do, and then half of the money comes back to her in a kickback from the hospital. That's a different scam. Anyways, what happened was this one guy, Brain Dead Ned, did the story on it. So you have that relationship, and already she's building a house with his money for when he comes. Okay? And so, there is a house in her neighborhood going up. So she goes over, poses by it, and every couple days she takes another video. Okay, they're walking through the job site. Okay, here we got this, that, and all the guys are Tagalog. So they don't know what she's saying. She's speaking in English. And she said, okay, we're building this, and we're going to put your favorite thing here, and the toilet's going to go here, and you're going to look so cute taking a shit on there, and, building the whole house, and then sending him so-called proof. In return, he's wiring money into her, which is going straight into her boyfriend's pocket or whatever, the Filipino boyfriend or whatever, the whole thing. And it's for tens of thousands of dollars. So the guy, the stupid white foreigner fool, which most all of them are, and I hate to say it, but you got to call it a dumb white guy, He shows up, I'm here, honey, let's see our house. And so he goes over to it, and he says, like, he's trying to get in and stuff, like they pound on the gate and everything. Excuse me, there seems to be some problem. My key or whatever doesn't work. I need to get into my house. It's my house. Anyways, the Filipinos are there. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here, man. He goes, no, this is my house. He says, no, it's not. And he got a huge shock of reality. Wait a minute. I loved her. She wouldn't have lied to me. She wouldn't have scammed me out of all my money. And here's the crux of it. They make a judgment based on their discernment, their assessment. She likes him, number one. So she must be smart. She must be good. She must be believable. She must be credible. And so that's my assessment, is based on how I get approval from her and how nice she is to me secondarily, right? And softens me up. And then I say, okay, all right, here's some money and here's some more and more. And now we're going to live happily ever after in this home and smile at you and the whole deal. It's a total fraud. Brain didn't end the story on it. So that shit goes, and he said this has happened many times. This type of shit goes on all the time. These are such friendly, wonderful people. Oh, God. The Filipino, I mean, just go on Enrique's channel or any of the, Filipino people, oh, jeez, they're so hospitable and da-da-da, wonderful. Now, they'll lie in your face, stab you in the heart, and take your fucking money. That's the Filipino people that I know. And so, and plus they're all, at least when I was there, they all had venereal disease practically. It's just, it's amazing that you don't catch something over there. Like I said, that's why when I gave up on the Philippines, especially after, like I was still going there after I didn't have any more work there because I'm sort of I kind of liked it a little bit and this sort of thing. But eventually, I stopped going there altogether. I just said, I've had it. I'm never coming back to this place because of all of this type of shit. Whether it happened to me, really was when I heard about the story about that guy who got shot up with the Mini 14s on by Fields before by my SEAL buddy friend. I was like, wow. They're pulling that. They're murdering people and stuff like that. And never heard anything in the news in America about it or anything like this. All this crazy shit. And then my SEAL buddy ended up leaving too, and he went on to manage some professional boxers or something. It's a fucking trip. Like he won a world championship as one of the cornermen for this Filipino fighter. And that goes back to, like I was telling, we had this. They used to have boxing on Fields Avenue. A boxing ring, it was like just for that. Orchid Plaza, I think it was. Part of the Orchid Plaza hotel type of thing. And, yeah. He was awesome Navy. There was a bunch of SEALs that we hung up on, and when he was into boxing and stuff, anyways, side issue. So this is the scam artists that go on in the Philippines. Just amazing. So it doesn't surprise me that the Foreigner, which is a downright scandalous motherfucker, okay, cold-blooded, he gets it, and he's like, hey, I'll play, why don't I play these fucking foreigners, these white guys or whatever, these people on YouTube, these idiots. The Filipinos are they have all the fun. Why can't I get in on this? So I'll scam them. Well, why let the Filipinos scam them, have all the fun and all the money? I'll scam these foreigners. And so they come up with these pluck the heartstrings type thing, tug on the heartstrings, and get you to fork it over. The Foot Doctor is really good at this too. Apparently, he's really improved his financial windfall routinely. I mean, again, I got fed up with that when he was paying for his wife's appendectomy or whatever off of the subscribers and stuff. You think I'm bad pitching? I get a little bit come in. Nowhere. I mean, it's not even fucking close. So I'm thinking about just giving this whole thing up. I failed at e-begging in this genre, or any of the genres, pretty much. The Bitcoin genre is pretty good. I did well on that to begin with, but I haven't gotten any lately. But I admit, you can put this, VF admits he's failed at e-begging. I'm not anywhere as close as Foreigner, Blind Owl, Foot Doctor. I mean, these guys hit the cash register consistently. They're really good hustlers over the internet. I'm not. I'll tell you straight up. I've tried my best at e-begging, and I have got some donations, but it is so minuscule. It's microscopic in the comparison with what these motherfuckers are pulling in. And it's like a lifestyle. It's a business, I would say. It's like that's how regular it is. It's like they're constantly hitting the register for money every fucking day. And they even The Foot Doctor, with his sort of marginal audience, has some heavy hitters in there. So you don't need to have a whole lot of $5 guys sending money. If you have a guy that will spend 500, 1,000, 1,500 on you, the fuck you need all the little ones for? So he just focuses on the well-heeled customers. So that's his angle. Foreigner, they just collect. They have all these projects to help the poor Filipinos. And probably most of them, they're skimming off the top, or there is no project at all. It's Blind Owl's project, as this latest video shows. So, yeah, it's pretty sad, this state of affairs. But like I said, hey, it's money that you got. And if the motherfuckers are stupid enough and cannot read through these different scams, or they just, they want, like, there's stuff that goes on that we don't see too, right? Not everything is up on video. They might be floating the pictures of private videos, and there's all the donations from PayPal and all the stuff that we don't ever see. We don't even know how much foreigners really pulling in, and all of that type of stuff. And look what Foreigner did with the fucking whole humpback broad. Wait, how much did it take in? Like tens of thousands of dollars. So, you can call me an e-beggar if you want. I'm a failed e-beggar. I admit that. I'm a horrible e-beggar. I don't even know how to do it. I'm not like a good con artist and stuff. I'm not an ex-felon either. Okay? But, I'm just not a very good scam artist, con artist. I don't got the knack for it or something. Or maybe I'm too blunt or something. You got to sucker these people in, and really be unashamed. Like, I can't imagine, like I said, still asking money for my own wife's, and he's done more than that as a parent. I was just, like I said, skipping through the live stream. I mean, he's down to where they're buying his, cleaning supplies and household goods and stuff like this. I don't even know. I think, we need to get some Clorox and some brooms and, some kitty litter. Can someone help? Or, these poor hood rats, these barrio rats, girls, they need something, and some, special candy or something. Can someone kick down a few bucks for this? And they do, apparently. I just don't have anything to offer people that they would want to, like a sob story, a scam, nude images, or special videos, or, lecherous content or something. I just don't have any of it, what it takes to be a proper, successful e-beggar. I have tried for, a long time. And it just doesn't, it's not my forte, apparently. So I am a very good predictor. I do really great analysis. Should I say it does come true? So I've got that going for me. But how do you monetize that? What, through AdSense at a dollar or two a month in this genre? Give me a break. So anyways, that's my piece. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I can't get to sleep anytime. I'll probably get to sleep at around probably like 2 this afternoon, and sleep for like 9 hours and wake up, and who knows what I'll do. Who even knows? It's a complete chaos. My routine here. We just had like that. I went for a massage, cost like $3, and gave her 20 baht tip, and she seemed like they seemed to be stuck up about it or something. And I walked into this huge downpour. It was incredible. I've never seen so much rain in all my life. It was fucking incredible. I got totally drenched getting back to my room. But it was a pretty good massage. It's all right. Some Ishkabibble came in and sat next to me, which wasn't any good. It kind of ruined it. But he kept his mouth shut at least. But they kind of stink. You can smell it even, But it was nice. I love these massages and stuff like that. Went to the swimming pool, did the workout again. Tomorrow I might be going to the big hotel buffet, this other hotel. It's 200 baht. It's like $6 for the breakfast buffet, but it looks really good. But let's see when you get there. It looks good on the photos, right? You know what I'm saying? Now I go to the comments. Anybody in the comments? I don't know if there's. Why would you have? I'm a very failed. I really called the Bitcoins, right? Though, I'll tell you what. I'm a failed e-beggar. I have nothing to offer anyone that's frivolous lies, con, deception. I have none of that to offer you. I can offer you the truth. I can tell you what's going to happen in the future. But is that any good to you? Is that entertaining enough? You're looking for escapist type of stuff, right? You're looking for porn, escapist stuff. You're not looking for the truth or anything like that. So, this does. Oh. Oh, really? Oh my God. Yeah, he's got his own techniques on how to deal with things apparently, and seems pretty ass backwards. But who am I to say? I can't. That guy. I mean, the phone didn't cost him anything. He gave his wife a deluxe phone from some sucker customer. I mean, this thing probably cost $500-600 or something. It was at the time. It was the top. You couldn't even buy this in the Philippines. The guy wasn't from the Philippines. He was a foreigner. Brought this brand new iPhone 6 or whatever, super deluxe. It was like pink or something. That thing probably cost $500-600. You can't even buy it in the Philippines. It probably cost you $1,000 in the Philippines. So then she could run around to all of her yoga classes and throw her phone out there and, look at me, I'm a whore. I got an iPhone. My husband bought it for me, lie. And she's like, oh yeah, my husband actually got it from one of his customers who was showing around underage girls. They'll ask you, how did you get that? Where did you get that? Oh, my husband bought it for me. Yeah, he loves me. This is what they'll say, but actually, they'll never tell him, oh, yeah, he got it from one of his sex trafficking customers. That's what I mean. I can't do that shit. I've never been charged with, let alone convicted, indicted, etc., of any misdemeanor, felony, what have you. No drunk driving, none of that stuff. Wet, reckless, none of that shit. Nothing zip. So I was never like in that criminal mindset. Plus, in my work and everything, I can't mess around. You get one little black mark like that on your fucking when they're doing background on you and stuff like this, you never get a job working for Booz Allen or any government or anything like that. No. They also do psychological evaluations and stuff like that to determine if you're a fucking criminal or not. They're pretty good at it. Lie detector, the whole thing. So, I can do all of that. I can successfully navigate that because I'm not holding anything back. These guys couldn't, but they can do this. They can live the life of a schemer and a scammer and be very successful at it. You know what I mean? There's a knack to it. Because, it's one thing to e-beg and then give all the money over to someone. That's not happening. It's like, I'm just collecting money. I'm a middleman. I'm collecting the money and then passing it along to the poor flips. No, I'm collecting the money, kicking down 10% to the flips, maybe, and I'm pocketing the rest and living the life. And they'll tell you, like with the foreigner, I came here with next to nothing and I've been living here for years. Well, how do you do that? By scamming foreigners, other foreigners. And he does it looking straight in the camera. See, I can't do that. I won't do that. It's not that I can't do that. I can't do that, and I won't do that. And if I was convicted of a felony by a Fed, let's see, a federal indictment. I mean, that's just the indictment is pre-conviction. Indicted by the feds and the state of California, pled guilty to the federal charge. I mean, wow. Within a year and a half of getting my degree, my license as a doctor, I'm already fucking under arrest. See? But he had the temerity to try to pull off this scam, to bilk the government. And they caught him. It's unbelievable that the government actually catches people doing stuff, but they do. And sometimes, but I mean, again, you have to be able to have that mindset going in, hey, I'm going to lie, I'm going to cheat, I'm going to steal. I'm going to feel good about myself. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't have a conscience. And that doesn't bug me. And then I'm going to lie about it. I'm going to front out. I see this with Jones, totally. I see it with these people. Yeah. There was a time, I don't know, 6 months ago, we really came down on the foreigner with the whole hunchback thing, had all those videos on it and everything. It seemed to cool him out for a second, and he just doubled down, and he's gone on probably to bigger and better things. So, what can you do? You can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drunk it. So, because they always ask you in the Philippines, do you want something to drink? And then I say, let me have a beer. And then there'll be like a Fanta sitting there with a check bin, Wait a minute, I ordered a beer. How come I've got a Fanta? And that's what you got. That's your Philippine style. They just want to put you put you right immediately in your place, and then it never lets up from there. They just keep hitting you with the fraud. That's why you flip them over and fuck them in the ass. And if they won't go for that, then you just move on. So I'm not buying into your scam. You're gonna have to buy into mine, which is roll it over. But you kiss the pillow, honey. But again, it's not my thing. I'm not going to stop because any little bit that trickles in is better than nothing. But I wish I could be more successful at e-begging. But I don't have like a gimmick or anything like that, here. So yeah, it's all those for all the haters out there. You could rest assured in one thing that, I'm not really getting over it. Not even. I'm like I said, I'm not even in a league to say not in my league. Okay, I'm a scrub player. I'm a weekend warrior. These guys are trained, hardcore, experienced veteran professionals. Okay, and they're doing very well financially. Am I jealous? I don't know. Whatever. What good is being jealous to you, anyways? Right? It's like, fuck. It's just you have to observe it. You have to, well, I got to tip my hat to you. You're really ripping off your subscribers, and you're listening very well there. And I can't and won't do it. I just want you to give to the operation to support what I'm doing. It's very simple. I have like simple things that I do. It's not like really complex as far as pay for the hosting, pay for the domain names, these sorts of things. How we split the money. Pay for some website software, this sort of stuff, like the template of from the WordPress theme or the other social network software, this sort of stuff. And that's all I spent it on. And it was just a little bit of money, relatively speaking, very tiny, but minuscule. But I mean, I don't create these elaborate. They call me drama. No, what they're doing is a drama. Okay. Like I said, the Balikba inboxes, and all the, deformed people with the hunchback or they're sick, they need to go to a hospital, get a fucking operation. That's all big money. Right after, if you say, I need to raise money for an operation, it's a lot different than saying, hey, I need $10 for a domain name or $20 for hosting or $50 for a WordPress thing. You know what I mean? $10 for, whatever. When you say, I need this person, we need to raise money so they get the operation, you're obviously talking into the thousands of dollars. Right? And then whatever Bebots is doing, I don't even know what he's doing. He's got shit he does behind the scenes, and there's some sort of membership thing now. I was hearing from one contact, like if you want to go, and get set up with some Bebots, there's some group you join, and it starts with a donation, and then he'll let you in or something. I don't know if it's Facebook or whatever, but he's got some new thing going, and there's sort of a wall there, and you pass through the gates if you start off with a donation. I don't know how much the donation is, all this. I don't know all the details, and then I don't know what he does with that. I think he's got an elaborate setup now. I mean, he's been spoiled. He's been given a lot of money, and now there's no going back. He can pony up or fuck off. So I mean, I don't know exactly how he's doing, but something like that. And of course, Blind Owl, all he has to do is put his girl up there, his daughter or whatever she is to him, and she's a charmer. A lot of guys fall in love with her, and just like a couple of the guys, I mean, God, they send a Balikba inbox every week, plus the eBay gifts and all of the other shit. They just get gifts every fucking day, multiple gifts, and we don't know how much they get through PayPal and everything. But I mean, the thing is that you can see there's a flow going on there, month after month, year after year, just constantly bombarded by all sorts of unboxings that they do. So you got to know with that fucking flow goes cash, PayPal, etc. 50, 100, 200, 500, you know what? But you know that since there's a flow going in that fucking pipeline, there's Balikba boxes flowing through and smaller packages from Lambada or wherever that eBay thing is, their Filipino eBay, or and all the other little boxes and stuff they get. And in that pipeline, there's also like dollars and stuff, and probably Bitcoin and fucking everything else just flowing into them. Doing quite well with YouTube. So I don't know who else. I don't think Says Style is e-begging. I don't know how much, if anything, the so-called bachelor course. He probably does. He probably has this. I mean, he's probably got a little something going there. I mean, the AdSense, but outside of the AdSense, then you start talking the AdSense. That's all gravy on the top too, whatever it is, a few $100s or whatever, something like this. So I can't. I wish I could brag and say I had all that, but no, I have none of that going on. I've got minuscule amounts. I mean, and that's not. I don't want to insult the people who have given money. I'm just making a comparison. I appreciate the donations I do get, but it's like I said, it's microscopic. It's like a microscopic dot on the petri dish compared to the overgrowth of fucking fungus that these fuckers got. And they're really good. I'm tipping my hat to them. I'm admitting I failed at e-begging here. They are successful, but they're scam artists, con artists, and liars. You need a course on how to be a bachelor? How audacious is that? Thing is, I'm not audacious enough. I got to look at the camera and say, this girl's going to die unless you get involved. Donate your gift of $500, $1,000, or $5,000 could save her life. And then just like find some, like really sick looking person and pose next to them. And, and just, they can't even barely talk. They don't even understand English and everything. You're talking to them and you look at them and put the camera with really sorrowful eyes. Person's all fucked up and everything. How can you just sit there in your lap of luxury? I'll have to come up with I'll have to have someone write it for me. I don't even know what to say. So I'll have someone write me a spiel. I'll just voice it. It'll look very serious and everything, and then I'll just put it up everywhere, all over the internet, and then just see what happens, what is that GoFundMe? Put it on GoFundMe, all the other ones that they had, the similar GoFundMe sites, and just, I bet you I get thousands of dollars off something like that. Like, just like a really well done one, It'll be, in Thailand here. I can do it for animals too, probably. Help this poor elephant back on its feet, and everything. Show an elephant they're all fucked up leg or something. You go looking for people that are fucked up or animals that are fucked up and everything, and then you whip out your GoPro and you start doing this thing, and just really be sincere about it. And then you take that, you say, what's your telephone number? To the person or whoever manages the animal, and you say, okay. And then when you get some money, then you call them up and say, hey, guess what, man? I got some money for you. And then, you go say, hey, here's like $20. And they're like, oh, shit, yeah, killer, And it's like you took in like 2,000. I tried to do a similar thing with that girl before at the store, at the convenience store, because she wanted an iPhone. And she was so cute and everything. When she said it, she was like, e-begging, and I was filming it. And she's so pretty, I think. I mean, she's beautiful. There's never been a girl up on any Thailand or Philippine genre that comes close to her. She's beautiful. And long hair, the whole thing, great body, fuck. And from what I could see. I mean, when she in the song crunch, she was wearing her shorts and everything. I was like, fuck, nice. So here I am, nothing came in on it at all. And she was doing the speaking and everything. She was just being so cute and everything. You know, that was the cute side of her. Then it wasn't the wicked witch side of her. Side issue, I'm not going into it. But, because that's how, like I said, these Thai bitches, they're they're off the hook, man. Because beauty is so valued in this society, it's like a beautiful woman automatically has status. And there's like no feminazi, nasty, butch Jewish broads telling them that the beauty is nothing. It's better to be a menopausal yenta on The View. Some hag Jewish pig is like top of the woman, womanhood or something. A butch. It looks like Angela Merkel's running around. An Angela Merkel is the best thing a woman could ever amount to be. Something like that. Stooped over, butch, ugly, wrinkled face with a totally fucked up attitude. Hates men. That's like the epitome. Total bitch, ugly old pig is the epitome of womanhood in the West. It's not the same here. What you get is like these super fine Thai chicks who run around spitting on you. No, I mean, they're not like that. They're very polite, nice, everything. They can be, except when the jealousy reads its ugly head. Now, if another chick is involved, then they become the wicked witch of the West. Better watch out. That's all I can say. Better watch out. And the jealousy thing is always in play because like they'll interject themselves to begin the jealousy. They're always looking for signs of jealousy, signs of that you are betraying them. And they're always have an eye out. They also have an antenna. It's just amazing. It's like such the vibe. It's just unbelievable. They're obsessed with it. Obsessed on a genetic DNA level. It's spiritual as well. It's inescapable. It's like, you just run in stark raving horror once it rears its ugly head. Ah! You just run away. Ah! We go back to the comments. Oh, is that right? Good one, Hemi. I love Hemi. That's such great updates here. Oh, Hemi, you don't know what you're talking about. But she was a bit of a bitch. But no, I wasn't going to give her a phone. She was trying to play me. But she was nice. You don't even know what you're talking about as far as her beauty. But I don't know how photogenic she was to you or something like that. But in the flesh, she's out of sight. And like I said, but anyways, we won't let that. I don't want to let that. Thank you for the updates, Hemi. Cool. He was slamming me. A pedo network? You sure he wasn't talking about Bebots? Which is odd since the channel has crashed unless irrelevant others. So attacking you is stupid. I have no idea. Yeah, it is stupid. Why is he attacking me for? I've only said positive things about him lately. That's odd. Let's go on here. Let's see here. Well, that iPhone costs $1,000. Huh? Oh wow. Yeah. So evidently, what did they do? Bring the girls over to the house or something? I mean, how did the wife left it in the family car? Maybe I don't believe that. I mean, usually if that phone was legit, right, she would have had it with her. Nobody. If she had, that iPhone, how was it able to be stolen? Unless he let them inside the house. So you have these rambunctious little teenagers running around the house. looking for something to steal. They're not adults, so they don't have they're not really, they're like just punk ass teens, man. And punk ass teens do all sorts of crazy, immoral shit. You don't have them running around your house and like, shit, there's a fucking badass iPhone. I'm stealing that. They don't even think twice, man. And they're hood rats to boot. So I mean, you gotta question who's ultimately responsible as the adult with these teens. You can't blame the teen girls so much. He has to take full responsibility in every way. It's his fault. It's his fault. Teen little girls and shit like that from the hood do fucked up things. You don't know that. You don't let them inside your fucking house. You don't let them near valuables. That's easy. He left it in the well, so it was his phone then. I thought it was his wife's one, the one he gave to his wife. Whatever. Yeah. Well, they'll look in the glove box when you're out of the car or whatever, something like that. They're looking. They're hungry. So I'm glad Freddy Krueger from Elo is coming up on hard times on the AdSense. First they started with me. There was all these complaints on my other channel, and I have like over 700 videos up there total, and I got this one bombardment email like 30 or 40 had been demonetized, and I got another one and another one. I think they probably demonetized 100 or 150 videos, and they did them all in big groups. I was like, how is that possible? That's fucking weird. Usually I was getting them at one at a time. This video has been demonetized, etc. And then just like whole swaths of them. So I figured they went around and they just demonetized people complain on all my videos. They've admitted to doing that. I flag every video he does. I think I heard that one asshole say, Filipino asshole say on set style. So yeah, they just go around, they flag, I don't know what they flag every video, and then they YouTube demonetizes or something. So what happens is they, by doing that, they brought attention onto this genre. They figured out this is a genre, and there's all these people talking about the Philippines. We're just going to lower the AdSense of the whole fucking thing. So they're their own worst enemy. I think they're able to fine tune it like that, because apparently the other genre that I'm in, I haven't seen it, the proof in the pudding yet, and I'll report if it is that way. According to what the other guy was telling me, I'm going to leave him anonymous. He gets bitchin' fucking AdSense revenue. So, my point is that not every genre is as fucked as the Philippine on the AdSense. I think they're fucking tired of this genre. It probably generates so many complaints and chews up so much of their fucking time dealing with all the shit with Peter V and all of these assholes from Bud Brown and others who run around complaining against all the critics and everything. They're just like, fuck! Lower the AdSense. Fuck this genre. Smother it out. Choke it out. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm sorry that Peter V has said this. I'm not part of Bebots or anything like that. So, especially now, or the past, well, it's been a while since we exposed him, 3 or 4 months. I had to expose him again just for good measure. Listen, why he doesn't have his thing on private for the domain name is beyond me. I mean, that's how we busted him initially. I mean, that's like the address, the same. And then once you go from there, I don't know what happened. I was unable to find his wife's YouTube channel, but she used to have a YouTube channel. It was his wife from the pictures we have of them. Hemi, or etc. knows what I'm talking about. From the fucking Immiger. It's her with the name Catley. So I mean, there's so many other pieces of it. You go to her Facebook page and everything before it was taken down, Instagram before it was taken down, Catly, and everything, and then it's just taken down. So I mean, it's obviously they're hiding something. So there's no question in my mind. But still, the lawyer goes over there. Despite all of this, the lawyer goes over there and engages in this. That's unbelievable. I mean, that's what I mean. Guys get silly when it comes to pussy, don't they? They just do fucking crazy things when it comes to girls, don't they? Girls, I think, are more measured, especially when they've targeted you in a customer-client relationship. And that's what I was saying before. Customer or husband or cousin, the middle. Once they've objectified you as a customer, you're never going to get the pure out of them. And that starts with the money. Once money is involved, you could check yourself out of being a husband or a boyfriend and you're just a customer. That has the good and bad, though. So I can deal with that. I've learned to deal with that. To me, it's a get-out-of-jail-free card in some respects. By you asking me for money to stay with me, essentially. And like I said, there's many ways remuneration happens. I'm just going to say, let's just say money equals remuneration just for vernacular, just for verbiage. You've just given me an easy way out of this. That's how I have learned to deal with this. If I try to give you money and you say no, that's different. Then some girls do that, or they won't accept him. They just walk and they don't, they're not lingering around waiting for money or something. This sort of thing. But if they're there, they're expecting. That lets you know what your status is, man, with them. And so many guys never pick up on this, and they get ruined. All different ways, financially, emotionally, all of this stuff. Like I said, I've seen from behind the scenes. Like I remember so many times, man. I've told them many stories, but like this time I was, this is dangerous. What's dangerous is going to the girls' room. By the way, like they always want to take you somewhere. If you go to her apartment or her room, this can be the most dangerous thing you ever do. I'll give you a tip right here. You won't find it on Rike's channel because he doesn't know shit about the Philippines. And you won't find it probably on anybody else's channel because they don't know anything about Thailand, Philippines, you name it. When you go to her apartment, her room or something, you just open yourself up to a potential problem. Big hazard for you. That's my experience. One time, I don't know if you've heard this story or not, but I was here in Pattaya. I went to this girl's apartment. She wanted to bring me there. Why? We'll find out. And so I'm there in bed with her naked, and bang, bang, bang to the door. Now, usually when this happens, it's just one of her friends. But then I hear this German man's voice. I'm like, what? She runs to the door, and I'm looking, for my pants. And he comes in screaming at me. It's like he knew something was up. Like, I don't know, did she call him or something? But this is talking about drama. You don't even know. Drama does not happen on YouTube. YouTube is nothing. YouTube is the place where I record my orations, where I verbally vent myself off. Okay? Some people whack themselves off. I vent myself orally off. I've been doing this for it's a habit. I'm a chronic venter. Some people are chronic masturbators, admitted, like says style. I'm a chronic venter. I'm doing it now. Thank you for listening. Please donate. You won't, though. How do you do that? I ask, you don't give. You just ignore that part, just over that. Please continue on with the show. Don't mention that anymore. I'm not going to do it. Oh, okay, gotcha. And eventually she got him to go away. And so it didn't erupt into a full-scale altercation with me, half naked and unprepared. So I mean, that's the type of stuff that can happen. You know, like it's like if you know you're going with a married woman, you can anticipate that, but you don't know when the bitch's other boyfriends and stuff are going to come around. It could happen at any moment. Anything could happen when you go to a girl's room. Anything. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Does the guy paying for the room, that reason why he's coming over, his pants are up in the closet, his shirt is up in the closet, you know, you want to come get it, or some other girl has stuff stored there. I mean, all sorts of shit happen when you go to a girl's room. When you're at your room, conversely, you are in control of everything. Her boyfriend's not coming over for sure. You know, all of the other stuff, you're on your own ground. You have, you know, that's you. It's far safer when you bring a girl to your room. When you go to her room, it's very, very dangerous. That's my experience. I don't need to take a course. I don't need to listen to some asshole on YouTube to know what's going on in the fucking over here or in the Philippines. I've never, ever used their fucking services on anything, any of these stupid YouTubers for anything. I completely 100% dismiss them out of hand. They're fake losers. So, anyways. But I'm very happy on these updates. Thank you so very much, Hemi and the others. Anthony, pizza delivery guy, elite commenter. It's not president, it's precedent with a C, but that's all right. Well, Steve, it should be dealt with under the Quran, which is removal of the hand with the fucking machete or something like that. I mean, it's very severe. They're stupid kid girls. I mean, that's what I mean. Let's remember here, when you're talking what he's doing, they're juveniles. Okay? They're not mature girls yet, and so they're likely to do that stuff. It slipped up, obviously, you know? So what, you know? But shit like that happens. I had many times when I was in the Philippines, girls steal shit from me. Then I got a handle on it eventually. I got ripped off enough times. They would just steal what they would call, I would catch them. And they would say, oh, this is a remembrance of you. I'd pat them down before they leave. I'd figure out, I think that bitch has stolen something. I would tackle her, go through her purse, give her a pat down, see where she was hiding it and stuff, and find shit. So, I kept an eye on those fucking hoes. Never leave the room. In this case, never leave the car with valuables inside. When you're out of the car, they're searching everywhere. They're looking under the seats, the glove box, in the cracks of the seats, everywhere, looking for anything of value, and they will steal it. They're juveniles. That's just kids. That's what kids do. These are kids that he's messing with. If you have 18 to 21-year-old chicks, they're probably not going to do that unless they're fucking straight hood rats, with the tin roof shacks they have there and everything, It's not right. It's not excusable, but considering the element you're dealing with. But consider the element you're dealing with when you're dealing with the foot doctor. Okay? A criminal. A convicted criminal is on the run. He left the country. So, it's too bad that he is, but that's what he is. And he continues to behave like that. Why doesn't he just become a foot doctor in the Philippines and go back to his profession and not be involved in all of this continued malfeasance? I don't know. That's what I mean. These people do this this is what they do. Some people are just career pickpockets. You know what I mean? Some people are just career, whatevers, shoplifters or something like this. Why do they do it? That's what they do. That's what they do. Occasionally they get busted. There's a slip up. They forgot something. There was a new technique that, they're whatever. They weren't up on, on everything. And then sometimes they're just fucking really stupid or something, whatever. I don't know. But again, like I said before, if it's legal, you do it. I mean, whatever's legal in your society, you can do it. And like I was reading about the porn industry. There's this new documentary. It's at the some festival. I don't know, it's Cannes Festival or some other festival. It's about the porn industry. It's new. And apparently there's like one company that owns everything now. And what they were saying is it's a foreign offshore company, like they're Greeks or something, bunch of Greek men, or there's a few, and they were talking like with the actresses. Yeah, when I get paid, the money comes from like South Africa and then or Ireland, and all these different crazy places and stuff like that. And they have all these offshore banks. It's this web of this international conglomerate. What it is that they own like the Pornhub network, which is Pornhub and YouPorn and all of these different porn channels. It's all owned by one. And then they bought Playboy out as well. All the Playboy content they own as well, Pornhub. That's the main company. And then they bought like all of these studios that make the porn. So there's no more DMCA complaints because they own the content that's on these sites, actually, because they own the companies that make them. You see? That's why on some of these, the videos are never taken down. And they'll be taken down off of other sites, but not taken off these because they own the content on these sites, actually. And like the Brazzers Network and all of these different porn producers and stuff, they bought them all out. They just keep buying everybody out. So it's like one company owns basically the porn business on the YouTube, on the internet now. There are independents and stuff. They've talked to a few independents, that do small. They say 95% of the porn is on these YouTube or Pornhub type, free sites, with the advertising and all of this stuff. 95% of that is run through that. So basically, they've got the whole thing wrapped up, and apparently it's Greeks, the Greek men stuff, which is interesting enough. So, but they've got a whole fucking documentary on it. It's very interesting, I think. Considering how big porn is on the internet, it's huge. And so I wondered, how would this come into play when you try to do your own porn site? Will they DOS you? If you're an up-and-coming porn site that starts getting traction, will they, look to take you out that way, or they try to buy you out or something because they have to own all the sites that get big or whatever, Just wondering how that, or they just send you mass DMCA complaints and start fucking with you somehow. They probably do intimidating tactics. It wouldn't surprise me. And, they know what they're doing. It's very sophisticated. So that's also something I was looking into, because what can you do as far as like this online digital nomad stuff? I was thinking starting up one of those sites where you could put the porn video with the affiliates and stuff like this, affiliate links and all of that sort of thing. I was thinking about checking that out, but yeah, you just the internet is, my point is, overall point is that the internet is getting sewn up by big companies. I mean, Amazon's buying everything, Google's buying everything. The porn industry has all been bought up, and so there's just a few giant conglomerates. Everything's just being bought out, bigger and bigger. I mean, and then when you get into the whole artificial intelligence thing, it's very interesting. I'm going to do that for my cyborg thing, but very interesting. But again, and there is no regulation. Basically, they're not paying any fucking taxes, so they got the advantage over everybody. They call it the Uberization of porn. Uberization. In other words, they just came in thanks to the DMCA. It's legal, basically, to steal other people's stuff. And you have to issue them a takedown. And see, so the onus is on you. You have to do the work to defend your thing. They can steal it until you do the DMCA. So the onus is on you. They shouldn't be taken in the first place, but they can, and they do. And that's how that got started anyways. Now it's changed into something else now. But not for the startup sites. And of course, on and on and on. So go back to the comments. Looks like Fed smokers here. Go back here. Good one, Fed smoker. Yeah, he's had a loss of face, really. You're right. He doesn't have that pimp hand. Very well said. Yeah, he needs to slap those bitches around and bring them into line, right? Tell them what's what. And they'll probably like it, right? They'll expect that. They'll respect that if he kicks their ass for, betraying him. Right. You're right. You're right. Very, very good contribution there. Oh, Heavy, stop with the crap. Okay. Yeah, it was. Well, that's got to be me. Oh, he didn't name me in personally. Well, at least he didn't name my sites or my channel or anything. So that's cool. Yeah, I mean, if he would have just simply got the domain privatized, we would have I would have a lot harder time proving it. But that was a big piece of the puzzle that connects the dots. I mean, that bridges the gap, right there. And that tells you, and then you search that address, and it's tied to him. And really, I remember, I can't recall the whole thing I did, the exhaustive report on it. But the people that live there now, I think are still related to him in some way, or his wife. So in other words, when he sold the house, I think he sold it to a family member, or transferred title is a better way of saying it. He transferred title to a family member or her family member, I think. Now somebody could do separate research on that if they want to do a history on that address, and you'll learn even more about, because he didn't sell it to some stranger. I think that's, if I recall correctly, I could be wrong, but I think that's what happened. And that's what I was like, we checked out everything on that motherfucking thing, man. Yeah, that's and it's still that way. It's still that way. So anybody can look at this and realize that he's making this shit up, but they don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. I mean, this is on me now. We've exposed Foreigner. We've exposed Sissy. We've exposed Foot Doctor, and so forth. Has it stopped them? Not really. I've exposed Jones to the nth degree. They even come to my website, NBC Universal, all of these sites, Washington, all these people from DC, everything. I'm Roger Stone, etc. It doesn't stop them. So exposing people does not necessarily make a death knell of them. So that's the good news for those who have been exposed. You don't have to worry about it so much. It does work on the women, though, often, more than it does work on the men. Women are a little easier to shame, I would say, than men are. Men are shameless. Yeah, that's the weird part. I mean, it's a good point there. He did try to cover his tracks. He invented this new name, this whole, if you go to that Facebook for Medina, it's like where he worked and everything like that, and some software development. He created this whole false persona, You'd figure that he would have, buttoned up that side of the thing, keep the whole, but he didn't. He's using that Mark Medina, but the address is his old address, I mean, it is a little sloppy. And maybe that's how he got busted, too. Maybe he was a little bit sloppy with the billing or something. You know, sitting in pedicures at $300 a visit. You know, they're probably looking at that. You know, the government. Wait a minute. You know, maybe one pedicure at $300, they can look the other way. But you know, a lot of pedicures. I think, what did he have to pay back in restitution? Like 175,000 or something like that, or I forget how much it was. You know, he had to pay the money back that he stole, as they claimed, as part of the settlement. He had to pay back money that he illegally got through billing. I think it was several $100,000. I can't remember exactly right. We've done all the reports. It's all put down. I just can't recollect it at the moment. But so I mean, he was billing for doing a lot of fraudulent billing. Let's be clear about that, Mr. Catley. But it doesn't matter. You wave that pussy in front of motherfuckers, they don't care about shit, man. It's weird. Guys go to pieces over girls. You've got to be able to put that in its place. You got to be able to check that, really. You do have to. And like I said, it's gotten to the point now where they let ugly women, old women, control their lives. All you have to do is put some ugly old grandmother pussy in front of some motherfuckers, they go to pieces. That's how sad it's gotten, this concept. It's horrific. I slept for like about 1 hour today after I got back from working out. I had to go pick up my laundry, and I slept. And then I woke up an hour later, and then I had to get up, go get my laundry, and I still haven't gotten to sleep since then. That was like about fucking 9 o'clock. So I haven't slept in like 8 hours. And I should be asleep now, obviously. And so I don't know when it's going to hit me. And once it hits me, it's just like a tranquilizer dart or something hits me. I just have to like go find something soft, man, quick, because I'm going. I'm gonna pass out here any minute. And then I'm out like a light until then I wake up. You know, what time is it? It's 4 p.m. It's 5 p.m. I'm just getting up. That's how it is. It's fucking weird, man. I gotta get myself something to drink here. My mouth is dry. I'm dry over here. Let me give me a fucking beer. No beer. Yep. Marco needs to develop a pimp hand. He needs to fucking keep these bitches in line, man. They're playing his ass. He ain't gonna do shit. All he's gonna do is he's gonna beg. He's gonna e-beg for someone to buy him a new phone, and they'll probably give it to him. See, that's what I think he's doing. He's creating a whole drama here under the motivation. You know, the secret plan is to get someone to fucking say, all right, well, here's $500, buy yourself a new iPhone, you know. I mean, he's playing his audience like total suckers, man. Like I said, all the power to him, man. Call me jealous. Call me jealous. I'm happy I get, you know, my kickdowns, but like I said, I don't know what I'm doing, man. I don't know what to do to get money off of YouTube. I can't do it. And then the fucking Freddy Krueger of Elo, aka the Wrinkled Raisin, is going to have to fucking start begging for cash. I wonder how successful he'll be. I'm interested in how he'll handle that fucking shit. The problem is around here, there's no squatter areas, really. I can't think of an area where there's a bunch of poor people or something. You know, the Thais they're a lot more civilized than the Filipinos, man. You don't have these huge barrio infested dens like they have in in the Philippines where they live like rats. So the Philippines is a better place to do that type of shit, I think, you know? I don't know how I'd work it here. They used to have more street beggars and stuff like that. And like they used to have like women with babies in the gutter, like old women with babies. I like, that's not your baby. You know, you can clear that it's not her baby. That there's a mafia of beggars out here, street beggars, and they purposely stand in the gutter, like on their knees in the gutter with a baby, an infant, and beg for money. And I think I saw that the other night as well. I mean, this has been going on for years. Ever since I came here, this is an old running scam. And they have the people that have lost limbs and stuff. I think if you go to Cambodia, if I went to Cambodia and did videos like this, appealing for money, it would work because they got all sorts of fucked up people in Cambodia. They got the squalor that's in the Philippines is all over Cambodia. That's probably a good place to do it. If I couldn't do it on this channel, everybody would know it's a scam. So I'd have to like create a whole new channel. And I'll do like Bebots. He said, like, you know, here's all these girls and all of this poverty. What are you going to do about it? Why do I got to do anything about it? It's not my fucking problem. Oh, so you could just sit there and watch all this poverty and not feel compelled to do something? Yeah, sure, why not? The fuck I care. It's not my fucking problem. Oh, you evil white man, you know, this playing this sort of game. Why don't you do something about it? Well, I can't. All my money's locked up in real estate. Oh, well, lucky for you, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't have any money. I have to beg to get my wife's... I mean, what? I mean, so they got plenty of money. He's got condominiums in Makati, the most expensive part of Manila, admittedly. He's got a home on the golf course. How could he be begging for any money at all? That's how he has money. He schemes and scams it. I mean, they are connected. They just busted all of these Jews in America for running a welfare scam. All of them had like income of like above $1 million annually, and they had figured out the welfare system, and they paid $1 million or something, and they finally got busted. All these Jews, they all had their skull caps on as they were being arrested. You know, perp walked, all these skull caps and everything. They had everything running. Every possible government handout, they figured a way of doing it. They finally got busted. And unbelievable shit, man. But seriously, back to the Bebots. I mean, we don't even have to expose him. He's got, you know that he has a house on the golf course. He built a home on the golf course in a gated community. He's talked about his apartments or his condominiums that he rents in Makati, multiple, at least 2 or 3. So he has assets, he has net worth. Why would you pay for his wife to have an appendectomy in the hospital? Knowing that. Beyond him asking for it, that's just one half of it. The other half, he's got a car and everything. Why is that okay? Why is that possible? It is. It happened. And he continues to go, just be audacious like that, you know? He could be fucking lighting up cigars with $100 bills and say, please, send me money. I need to buy, you know, a case of San Miguel here or something like that because, you know, we're running out of beer. I don't even know what he could, you know? And they'll do it. You know, my kid needs soccer uniforms or whatever. I think that's one of his scams. Well, buy your kid a fucking uniform then. No, you need to pay for it. I do? Your kid, am I going to pay for his Fruit of the Looms too? Right? Yeah, I want you to dress my kids for me. Yeah. Well, I can't. I wish I had the money, but it's all tied up in real estate, and you know, I don't want to sell it now. It's going up. You know what I mean? And they're like, okay, no problem, we'll do it. See, I'm in denial of how stupid these fuckers really are up on here. I'm jealous because I don't have stupid listeners like this. My listeners are too smart for that shit. So that's what I mean. I need to lose my pleasant crop of, no offense, guys, but you guys are just too smart for me. I need some really stupid listeners. So I have to, listen to me, I have to adopt a whole new way of doing business, so to speak. My show would have to be changed. I couldn't be talking about truthful stuff. I need to be talking about insane shit, man. You know, or something. I want a stupid audience. I don't want an intelligent audience. You know what I mean? I need to be talking like Christian fear porn or something like that. Don't you know that the Lord said that da-da-da-da. And in the Bible, these are the end times, and God forsakes those who da-da-da-da, and, you know, get some old ladies to listen to me who got plenty of money and they're going to die soon. They want to give it to somebody. Oh, you seem like a nice boy. Here's $2,000. Oh, thank you, Mrs. So-and-so. Some widower or something, you know? Please don't forget me in your will. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get that in. No, you guys are great guys and everything, but you got no fucking money. Like I said, I'm like an amateur golfer. I do it because I enjoy the game. For the love of the game. Well, I mean, there's a way of checking that, but it costs money. You can check the history of it, but they don't give that one away for free. But it's irrelevant because you could check the fucking Wayback Machine to see that Bebotsonly was active back then as a website. So I'm not going to go over the details on that. They're playing his ass and it's affecting his family. Ooh, really? Ooh, I'm starting to get excited now. Could we have another breakup? Could we possibly see the breakup of another couple? The foot doctor and his donkey. I had forgotten about that couple. I took that one off the list. Thank you for mentioning that. It was his wife phone, huh? Yeah, that chick from Hooters, yeah, she was hot, and she had a really good attitude. Oh, they got some real good-looking ones over there from time to time, man. I love going over to Hooters, but shit, like I said, to sit down there, the Heinekens cost $7. So I don't go there too much, but I do. What I like to do is I go in there, I walk around the whole place, and I come out. And the only time I'll sit down is if there's a fine Hooters chick there, and I know where to sit. Because there's like certain places, I've been there a few times, there's certain places that you sit down, and the bitch will never come by, you know, basically. And you're stuck there by yourself, man, holding your dick. It's fucking lame. But there's certain places that you can sit in the Pattaya Hooters where the chicks are always going to be the waitresses, you know. And we're kind of like where they hang out at, you know, when they're not working a customer. And then that's the point where you can start chatting them up or something like that. So, because I mean, there have been some. You won't see these girls typically in walking street. You know, they have really healthy bodies, and they don't have the tattoos all over the place. And, you know, you just could tell they're cut above. So they do a really good job at recruiting at the Hooters there, I think. Hemi will disagree. He says, I don't like those either. All right. Oh, is that right? You talking about the Freddie? Oh, shit. Oh, so he needs heart surgery. Good. Well, that has a high mortality rate. Yay! They're going to offer him free room and board, huh? Well, yeah. I mean, he does. He should be able to qualify for Medicare or something. So I don't know if he'll do open heart surgery for free, but they'll probably help him out some bit under Obamacare. That's another good point. They get too many offers. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, if they're guest relations officers, their chances are they're experienced, or they're working with other women who are experienced and will tell them what to do. Sometimes right in front of you in a foreign language, just to fucking show how much contempt they have for you. That's why, man, I really don't buy ladies' drinks. I only tip them. Because here's the thing, a tip costs 20 baht, like 65 cents. A lady's drink costs, I think the guy paid 160. So you're looking at $5-6 for a lady's drink. I mean, not $5, closer to $6 for a lady's drink. And then you're in a situation. I've spent 65 cents. You spent $6. Then what do you do? Then you'll get propositioned to take her out of the bar, which will cost you 1,000 to 1,500 to pay the bar, and then probably 1,000 to 1,500 or up, who knows, because she's a go-go girl. So now you just got yourself into this fast track to blowing, $100. And you don't even know if she really what's gonna happen, really. Is it gonna be worth it or what? And then you're also in that, you're stuck in that. How if you like another girl? Now you're kind of like, you've already just shot a bunch of money and you kind of got in this direction with one girl. My method is I can give this girl 20 baht and give this other girl 20 baht, which I do, and I'll pass several tips around to all the different girls I'm playing with in there. See, it's like an acknowledgement. It's not like sniffing them. It's a tip. It's not a big tip. But see, you don't want to stiff someone. Like, I always tip, like with a drink, at least 5 baht per drink, just because I don't want to walk out there and not tip usually. Sometimes I do walk out without a tip, but generally speaking, I do not, because, I don't want them spitting in my drink next time I come in there or some shit, right? So I'll give an acknowledgement. Oh, here's an acknowledgement. It's a small acknowledgement. It's never enough, but it's an acknowledgement. It's like saying fuck you to them. So that's why I do it that way. And plus with the girls, they'll take the 20 baht. It's not enough, but it's better than nothing. And it's acknowledgement. So that's how I view it. My tipping is an acknowledgement. It's not going to, pay the bills. I'm not here for that. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? So, but if you get into the buying ladies drink, what are you going to do then? Well, you want to play with another girl? Well, if you bought her a drink, you better buy me a drink. That's exactly what they'll say to you. Every fucking time. If you buy one girl a ladies drink and she gets her little ticket where she gets her piece of it and everything, like half or whatever it is, I'm not sure, then you try to give 20 baht or something like that, or 50 or even 100, they're going to be like, well, I want to drink like her. That's as old as the hills. That's all women are that way. You're shortchanging me. They'll take it as an insult. You can't win. That's why I give the same tip to all the girls, 20. If I like, and if I play with one extensively, I'll give her another 20 or something like that. And that's how I deal with it in general. Sometimes we go off course, and we'll buy a ladies' drink, but rarely. It doesn't serve my purposes, and it sticks you on one chick. And like I said, you're fucked. Now you're gonna go. I'll play with two chicks. It costs me 40 baht, like $1.25. You'll fuck with, and it'll cost you, 320 or something. It'll cost you like $10. Mine will cost me $1.25. Your will cost you $10. And she'll drink that fucking ladies' drink in like 5 minutes. And you'll be back to square one before you even know it, because she'll run off to some other guy or go back dancing and then run off to some other guy. Because the drink is finished, that's time over. Game over for you. It's like you ever seen on that video game over. That means your ladies' drink just ran out. Put another quarter in. I mean, not quarter, $6. Which is okay, get the girl drunk. But then see, like I say, I watched them do that to me. It doesn't bug me. It's only 20 baht. It's 65 cents. I don't care. The bitch will get 20 baht out of me. She'll play around with me, and then she'll go across from the other guy. He'll be buying her tequilas at fucking, 190 or something, 190 baht. And they'll be lining up the tequilas. He'll blow 50 bucks right there. Just buying like 6 different girls fucking 3 tequilas each. They'll get all fucking twisted right there, which is great. And they'll spend a lot more time with him. But like after like 15, 20 minutes, his 50 bucks is gone, and they have to go back dancing, or they wander off someplace else, and then they're back over to me, and I'm, doing my thing with them, and maybe I'm tipping them or not. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I do it. I go in there, and like I said, I've only been 86 from one bar with this routine so far. I hate to say it because I'll probably get 86 tomorrow from another one, but I've only been 86 out of one bar here. So it works for me. Don't do it. Please be the sucker. They need the suckers to stay alive, I guess, right? they got too much fucking money. I was telling that to the lady downstairs. The gym is mostly Thai people, and it costs like 50 bucks a month to that. It's like 1,500 baht. So it's 30, and 500 is like $15, $16. So it's like plus or it's like, let's just round off. It's $45 a month for the gym. I pay 10 in America per month. $10. Over here it's 45. And it's not even as good as my gym because it's a sissy's gym, but it's new and everything. It's okay. It's too fucking hot. It's mostly Thai people that have that money because there's not a Thai price or anything. It's posted. These fucking Thai people got $45 a month to blow on a gym membership. These fucking Thai people got money. I have never paid so much to go to a gym per month, ever. And I was telling her that. I was like, man, she goes, I don't have any money. Yeah, I understand that, She, but yeah, she knows that some people, in the tourism business here in Pattaya, they make fucking tons of money off of stupid ass tourists who blow money. and they're here to accept it. Just like you go to a casino, you're there to blow money. They're there to accept it. This is the way it goes. You know? So, same thing with the prostitutes. And I think hitting on Hemi's point, if you deal with guest relations officers, GROs, that's what they are. The implication is, and the expectation is, that you're going to spend lots of money with them, and they're going to be nice to you. Simple as that. And so I've been doing this for so long, going overseas and everything like this, that, you know, I don't play ball with them very well when it comes to that. And so at a certain point, they'll realize that, you know, and they can blackball you, call you cheap and everything like this. So, but, you know, unless you're just here for 2 weeks and going home, you have to be that way. But you don't want to like be totally off in the country or something like that, away from the action. You know, well, I'm saving all sorts of money. I'm not paying hardly anything. I'm living in Thailand for $300 a month. Yeah, but you're, you know, living out, and you're just like out in the fucking with the crickets and everything like that at night. And they go to sleep at, you know, as soon as it gets dark, basically 1 or 2 hours, the whole place is shut down at 8 o'clock or something. You know. Out in the country, they have these big speaker poles, and there's these giant loudspeakers. It's this way in Thailand. At 6 in the morning, they start talking. There's an announcement. At 6 in the morning, everybody has to get up. It's like a prison thing or something. Now everyone's up at 6 a.m. because that's where the loudspeaker goes, and they're all over Thailand. You don't have it here, but in the rural areas and stuff like that, the farmer areas. And then every like 6 hours, there's another announcement until 6 p.m. And they have these announcements on TV too. They play the national anthem every day at like 6 in the morning, 12 noon, and 6 in the evening or something like that. Or 6 in the morning and 6 in the evening, like this. Every day, year in, year out, decade in, decade out. It's part of this sort of propaganda to the people type of thing. It's very much really sort of a real unique societal thing to Thailand, I think. But I'm sure, like in communist countries, they've done this type of thing too. It helps rally to the collective or something, you know. Or in the Muslim world, they do that. They have the call to prayer, so it's like one of those type of things. And even the Christians do it with they ring their bell, you know. Every so often the bell will ring with the clock or whatever or something like this. But this is how the Thais do it anyways. And so that's what you hear if you're out in the country. You'd be up at 6 a.m. Turn that shit off. You can't turn it off. And they're really high up, so you can't like climb up there and disable them or anything. So, fuck that. You can live cheaply in Thailand. I mean, probably cheaper and better than you can live cheaply in the Philippines, but it's going to be no fun, and it's pretty rough living out in the country, though. I've seen some of these country girls roll into town, and they look different than the girls who are, fat on the lamb here. A lot of these bitches, especially the older ones, they all got guts. There's nothing more despicable than a bitch that's got a gut. I've seen a lot of these women with fucking fat rolls in their guts out here and stuff like that. Yucky. Bar beer girls, you know. But let me tell you something. They got the customers, though, man. They're good at bullshitting these guys. Let's see here. He had to cancel the Medicare? I don't know if you cancel Medicare. I think you get that no matter what. I mean, some doctors? What, a doctor said he's going to, I'll give you a free open heart surgery, no problem? Let me tell you something. I think some of his online business is coming to a cropper. I'll just leave it at that. He's stopping aircut and food too. He's probably playing motherfuckers, man. I think he's setting up his audience for a big time money bomb. See, that's how fucking cynical I am now. That's probably what it is. See, I can't do that, man. I want to do that though. Fuck it. I'll sell my soul, man. I need the fucking money to flow, man. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe and a whole new YouTube. I'm going to Cambodia and I'm gonna find a bunch of. It won't be easy. I mean, it won't be hard. I can just walk out the door. Okay, come over here. You know, and you see this person all fucked up and everything, like, you know. And I'll just start doing a series of videos and I'll appeal. You know, it'll be like the children. I appeal for the children. You know, here and everything. And you know, they got flies coming out of their mouth and shit like that. I'll come up with a catchy, you know, I'll call it the Dr. Wilson Ministries. Hello, I'm Dr. Wilson. I'm here in rural Cambodia. I mean, I should call this, I should give it a, well, I guess we'll say it, because they'll see stuff in Cambodia. So, yeah, and we're here to save the children, but we need your support, or something like this. I don't know what to say. I'll have to go to, I'll get a professional to write something up, you know. I'll just, you know, read the copy, you know, start pumping that, man, so I can stay over here full time, just collecting money for the children. And then I could set up like a little ministry. It'll all be Christian, you know. Here we are building the Dr. Wilson Ministries Church, but it's Cambodia. They're Buddhist. I don't know if it'll work. I may have to go to the Philippines. You know, I'll just find myself a little barrio or something. The whole time I'm doing this, I'm recruiting a whole. When I'm in the Philippines, I'm recruiting Bebots on the side, junior Bebots. Like, but Dr. Wilson, I thought you're a Christian building the church over there. Yeah, I am, honey. But into the room, you know. I have to. We're doing a blessing in my room. You could drink from my cup or something, you know, whatever it is, you know. And then I play the holy man, you know, and just run around blessing people and this sort of thing, and then collecting money. And here we're now building Dr. Wilson Ministries Church. You know, they put those chicken shit little cinder blocks. They're not even full-size cinder blocks. They're these half cinder blocks or whatever. And yeah, just a horrible job. They just do horrible slipshod work and everything. And yes, and soon this will be the home, and we will educate, you know, hundreds of children. You know, and please give generously. You know, all that I'll need to do is just, I'll get a 503 thing and, you know, register with the IRS or whatever, and then I can accept, you know, PayPal donations for whatever amount, you know, and all of that. It's going to be wonderful. Meanwhile, you know, in the church will just be a place where, like, how come you said you're going to, but all I see are like junior Bebots in your so-called church, sir. Can you please explain that? Like somebody will try to expose me or something. I'll be like, well, this is a school for girls, dumb shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, be like, yeah, this is a Christian school for girls, sir, and we don't allow men, you know, to protect the children from perverts. That's probably why he came over here to try to expose me, but you're the pervert. So get out of here, you know. Slam the door in the guy's face. Yeah. And like each person, well, I mean, I say, do you want to adopt this girl? I'll bring a little junior Bebot here. This is, you know, Romella or whatever. She is needing of a sponsor. Can one person out there sponsor this girl for her education for this semester, you know? And actually like 10 perverts will fucking, oh, she's cute, everything. All right, I'll pay for it. And then all email. You're now paying for this this girl. Thank you so much. Send it out to 10 different swinging dicks. They all think that that's their girl or something like that. And that's because that's how that the sponsorship. And they're all looking for a sponsor. And then you just like, oh, by the way, Romella needs some tampons or something. Can you please send a little extra for the tampon money? And other stuff. And then Romella's grandmother needs a hysterectomy. It will only cost $5,000 US. We know that you're a very supportive person. That's what they do. They don't just start taking one donation from someone. They start reeling them in. That's what they do over here. It starts with a ladies' drink. Then it's a bar fine. And then, it just slowly builds. You buy them a motorcycle, and, then the family moves in, her family, and, just a burden that increases incrementally financially on you and everything until you fucking explode. Go home, money's all gone. Who knows what happens? You're in Skid Row, homeless in Thailand, whatever. So when you get the sucker, you gotta reel him in. Bebots knows this. That's what he's doing. Just reel him in. That's what these girls know. Like I said, I don't know how to do this stuff, but I know they do. So maybe I should just go up to them. Hey, can you teach me how you handle all your customers and everything? Like, just go to them with the straight shit. Like, I know what you're doing. Yeah, can you tell me exactly how it works and everything? I'm very interested to know. Just like, how many guys do you have, and how much are you getting from each one, and what is it? How do you work it? How do you manage all these guys and everything? Start just start. If they want to talk, they want to have a conversation, start talking about that, Put them on the spot, I think I'll do that. See how forthcoming they are. Or not. Well, my broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just, at this time, mention that we are listener and viewer supported. Our PayPal email is 360WIN. That's a 360win at gmx.com. 360win. So all around win. You'll be helping some poor starving white guy eke out an existence in Thailand. He'll be able to buy a beer at the Go-Go bar, a draft beer, not a bottled beer. That's too expensive. Donate today. So I'm not going to tell you I'm going to give it to some noble cause. Hey, man, I just want to get a beer and maybe a bag of chips, man. 360win at gmx.com is our PayPal email. Please support this operation, ladies and gentlemen. I am an operator. Big time operator, I wish. Well, what time is it? What does that old clock on the wall say? Oh, it's 5:30. I do feel a little bit of sleepiness coming. It's probably going to hit me. If I go to sleep at about 6:30, I won't get up until like 3:30 probably. It's going to be fucked. Let me see here. Got a few comments to go through here. Yeah, I know something about real deal stuff. I can't get into it. That's betraying confidence. I hate to say that, Hemi, but I can tell you that I think his little online income situation is under a little bit of stress. So you're generally right. But I can't get into any more details. That wouldn't be nice. Yeah, I agree with you. Well, I think they're both total pieces of shit, and they both need to be. It sounds like one is on the way out, which is good, Kruger, but the Kermit the Frog piece of shit. Fuck him. They're both. They and their audiences. Fuck them. That's all I can say. I can't even say I despise those people more than anything, really. Yeah, I know. See, I've been thinking too small. I don't want, the fuck, man. You got to ask for the big money. I mean, look at, like these big outfits like Scientology. They're not afraid to ask for all sorts of money for people that come in their sphere, and they're worth billions of dollars of assets. People leave them whole estates and stuff like that. I mean, you want to set up a foundation, totally legal, and then like just where people come. I mean, you know what? I mean, what we're talking about here is followers and this whole social networking thing where people follow you and everything they say I got to hear and everything they do I want to know, and I watched every minute of your video and I just love your videos. I can't miss one. I've seen every one. So, but how do you translate that into money? See, this has already been done. They have these preachers. They go up there and they tell you about the Lord or whatever, something like that. And the people like Jimmy Swaggart and all those fuckers, man. And it comes in by the millions. You're out there fucking pounding whores and everything with the money, and you come to the Lord Jesus and all of this other stuff in your little suit and tie, and then just fucking picking up whores on the fucking street corner for $50 a fuck and everything like that, and and then getting busted several times for it and everything like that. And the people still stay with you, and then of course you get like a foundation, and then they're just, that's the true follower, the people that for whatever reason they believe in you and whatever you're doing, and then they give you like mass fucking dollars, man, hundreds of thousands, millions, just fucking. Oh. I mean, that Scientology thing, that thing was on the brink of collapse several times in the early days of it. I study Scientology, the history of it. That thing was like hard to get off the ground. Okay, the original people that were involved with it, but man, they stuck with it, and that fucking scam has paid off fucking wow, amazingly well. Like they have to do these disclosures, like assets every year and stuff like that. And if you look at the shit that that we know about them, it's fucking in the billions. And they say there's like probably 10 times that stuff that they don't have to report on. They got so much money because what they do is they soak the people that want to follow them. Fuck that follow. I don't care how many Facebook followers you have or Twitter friends or whatever the fuck it is. These fucking these cults and everything, they don't need all that shit. They need the fucking money. And they get it. Oh, they get it big, So it's the same thing. I was covering this other guy from North Carolina. What's his name? Elevation Church in North Carolina. A couple years ago, I was covering him. I don't think those are. I'm not sure if those are on Video Freedom or not. I think they're on Video Freedom, early in Video Freedom. I'm not sure where that is actually. But here's a guy. He just basically rules North Carolina. He's got like 12, 13, 15 churches, brand new, built from the land and the ground up, facilities, okay? And he's made declarations on how much cash he has in the bank and stuff like that. I mean, when I was doing the reports, they had like 15 million in the bank. His parish or the church bought him a $2 million home, and the church did this for him, and he's got book deals, and he just has endless money. He just gets up there and talks about the Lord, and he has got a particular style. Anyways, I did reviews on him, and I said, you know what? This guy looks like the Old Navy guy, because all he wears is Old Navy clothes. Like, he's very casual. He has a beard, and he works out. He talks about bodybuilding and stuff. And I said, this guy's like Old Navy guy. So I fucking gave him a nickname. And then I contacted Elevation Church and said I would like to interview him. And I had a couple back and forths with one of the people over there. I never got to. But I sent the show where I did a review on him over there. And this is documented he did a show after that where he admitted to shopping at Old fucking Navy, man, on the stage as part of his fucking routine. And I was like, call that motherfucker straight up. That was so funny. Let's continue here. Oh, Hemi, you must have so much money saved, it's not even funny. And there's no law against that. If you take in 10,000 and spend 100, there's no law against it. Because when I was a kid, I worked at a fucking one of these phone banks, and they were collecting money for some bullshit blind babies or whatever, and it's like they make a deal with the blind babies. They say, okay, can we collect money for you? And they're like, okay, any money that you collect for us is money that we won't have. Simple as that. You're gonna put your people, your office, your telephones, in you're gonna put butts in the seats, calling people all day, all night. And if you give us, 5 or 10%, like I said, money we would have never seen, we would have never had. So go ahead, keep the other 90. It's perfectly standard. Now he told me, I know. Let's just put it this way. Don't worry. I can't go into it, Hemi. I'm sorry. I don't mind criticizing him and everything, but I won't completely betray people's trust or anything like that. But I can just tell you, I think it's okay to say that it's not doing really good right now. So, and he knows that, and he should probably. Anyway, again, it's a pissing contest. Everyone's so amazing, like says style Ratface, They got to keep up appearances. No, not for life. It can't even sustain him for this trip. But, I mean, it's something. He does have some stuff going on right now, but it doesn't, to my understanding, it's not, because it's a plus or minus. He's been making some gains and he's taking some losses. That's a little bit more. But, again, you need 1,000, you need 1,000, 1,500 minimum as a foreigner living overseas, unless you're pulling some scam or you're working some job. That's a different story. But you're just kicking it. You need 1,000 to 1,500 to exist over here a month, I'd say, even in the Philippines. So, I don't think he's making that. So, yeah, I think he'll be heading back to mom's house fairly soon. The way things are going. But don't try not to spread it around like anything more than that. Don't embellish it. Oh, as a couple. Fuck. That's another thing, man. As a couple. Well, it depends. If it's like Lynn, a complete dead piece of weight, yeah. Because the bitch won't cook, you have to take her out to eat 3 times a day or whatever. That type of shit really adds up on a monthly basis, man. But if the bitch will cook food, it's the opposite. You'll save money and it's so wonderful when the girl cooks. Especially if she's Thai and she can cook. It's a lot better than if she's a Filipino and can cook. Bitches that I've had them, and bitches that will cook and stuff, girlfriends, that's wonderful, man. That really is the good life. There's Thai bitches that can cook, you're gonna eat fucking good, man. and then you get the massages and stuff. Really, if you work your woman, that your couple, if she can be worked, you take one look at Lynn. Does she give him massages? She doesn't cook. They don't have cooking facilities. They have a hot plate. Does she cook? Did we see her cook any food? Did we see her doing any services? Can she do anything except spend money? You know, if you have that type of a girlfriend, it's going to be not $1,500 a month. Yeah, but if she can do something and she's willing to do a lot of stuff, then that could bring the prices of things down. Actually, and it's more like a home life situation because you're not going out to bars and blowing money like that, drinking all the time at the bars and etc. So, as a matter of fact, she's not going to let you go down there. You know what I'm saying? So you just won't be going down and doing that type of shit. So you'd be saving money all the way around. So it can be good. It depends upon your situation. Most of these fuckers, though, I don't know. Real Deal said his girlfriend cooked for him or something like that. They had the kitchen there going and everything. She takes care of him. That's cool. But she's gone. You plan to get a dead weight. A complete dead weight, huh? Yeah. No, I mean, if you're going to be a couple, there has to be old. I mean, that's why we're here. We like the old world style woman that took care of the man, not like a baby. I don't need her to help me walk down the street or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be baby, but I want the bitch to be the role of a traditional woman. Okay. I'm not looking for a nurse though. I don't need a nurse. At a traditional relationship, you're gonna play house like you did when you were a kid. It's like playing house. So that's fine. I've done it. It's wonderful. You're not going to be going down to the fucking bars very often, though. You don't want to fuck it up if you get it going good. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you can, and I did. I usually did. Eventually, and then you put it at risk, But of course, we really don't know anything about that with all of these vloggers because they really are secretive. They just front out something. Their vlogs are just a front. It's not really living in the Thailand or Philippines. It's a front. You don't even know really what's going on. That's why we come in. We can try to figure it out when they're not telling us what's really going on. You know what I mean? So, Lynn, nice girl, 27 years old. She's no spring chicken, man. It looks like she stayed in pretty good condition. So, and everything. But boy, bad habits. The bitch doesn't like to work, lazy as fuck, can't do anything. I would never have a girlfriend like that. Unfortunately, I hate to say that about Lynn, but from what we can see, doesn't say word one, doesn't talk, doesn't work, just has, is basically a resource. We talked about this, Hemingway, a resource consumer, just a consume. No output that we know of. She probably doesn't even fuck him, man. Lynn is okay. She's a nice girl. I don't hate Lynn. I've never been down on Lynn too much. I give her a little bit of a hard time. I like Lynn. But just as a girlfriend, yeah, it's not a good deal. That's what we're saying here. But that's good for Seth. I don't want Seth to have a good deal. He's a piece of shit. But he's not as bad of a piece of shit as Freddy Krueger or the Kermit. Kermit the Frog smirker. Those guys are real pieces of shit. I mean, really fucked up fucking toilet water. Well, hopefully, Freddie will just drop over dead from a heart attack in the next couple weeks or something, and we can all celebrate. Yay! And then it'll just be fucking the Kermit. We'll work on him, and we've got everybody wiped out, man. I guess Bud Brown, save him for last, I guess. We want to drive these old fuckers to an early grave. That's how it gets. These bitches get boring after a while. Any of these bitches. And when there's all of these, theoretically all of these women available, and there are, if you want to pursue them, it's hard to stay with one, plain Jane like her. That's the beauty of the place. But, here's how, this is a real scenario. In their culture, that's what the concept here in Thailand, they have the same thing in the Philippines, I know. Mia Lawang, Mia Noi, Mia Gek. We did a show of me and Bebots about this specific topic. Mia Lawang, that's your first wife. Mia Noi, that's your second wife. Mia Gek is 3, 4, and 5 or something. That's like a grouping. So there's wife number 1, number 2, and then there's the other ones that are coming up. They did. My buddy June from the Philippines back in the old days. He had like 6 different women that he fucking supported. He had like 15 children through the 6 of them. He was always looking for a new piece of ass to bring into his tribe. That's the way they do it over there. If you have the financial wherewithal to have more than one woman, like essentially more than one household, you have a house over here. It's not polygamy. You're not marrying them. It's there's no divorce. That's why they had that Mia 1. Okay, I married her. I can't get divorced, or I'm not going to get divorced. They frown on divorce here in Thailand as well. But you can have these other wives if you can support them. It comes back to the money. It's not like the black ghetto neighborhoods where they just run around impregnating the women and put them on welfare. They really don't have that here. So you actually are in the developing world. So you have to actually support the bitch, and she'll get down with it, So you have the kid, you pay for it, you get her a little apartment or something like that, and you pay her every month, and you go visit her, bang her a couple times, whatever, you raised a family with that family. Then you got another one over here. Do the same motherfucking thing. That's how they do it over there. So when that's the way to play it. See, but these fuckers, they don't know anything about where they fucking vlog on. Brain Dead doesn't know anything about the Philippines. He can write all the little bucks he wants and do all the little videos he wants, and they can all love it. He don't know shit about how to play in the Philippines. If he did, he would have fucking knocked her up and then moved on. Did another one. So he wanted some strange pussy. You can do that. You got to fulfill your obligations. Now you're meshing with how the society is. Yeah. That's how everybody else is doing it. That's how you should be doing it. What? Like a rich Filipino man has many wives, so to speak. It's not polygamy. He has many, like I said, these sub-wives. They're not actually married. It's one of these, whatever you want to call it. I forget the exact term for it in the Philippines, but I know what it is here in Thailand. But nevertheless, a rich Filipino man will have more than one household. You're like a rich Filipino man. You're rich. You're in the Philippines. You're a white guy, rich. You could have the same thing because that's how their society is set up. You would just be now in complete unison in time. You'd be on the same wavelength as the rest of the guys who have money. They don't do it. Like, I don't want to have kids right now. I just want to stay with her. We are going against the system. But since they don't know the Philippines, they don't know the system, and they don't want to become one with where they're, retired to or whatever it is, live. They're never fitting in. If some Filipinos found out, hey, that guy's got a woman over here and a woman over here, that guy's Filipino. That's how you'll be welcomed, by playing like they play. None of these fuckers do that because they're not, they don't know anything. And they don't practice anything. And like I said, my buddy June, the wives, they did have a little bit of a problem in between them, he told me and stuff. But the children, he always took care of the children. All the children loved him despite his behaviors. And like I said, I saw evidence of this firsthand. He took care of, he had money, and he was in the government and everything. And he took care of everyone. And if you do that, it will work. So, yeah, that'd be good too. Yeah. Because they're trying to make all these claims on what they are. But I can see clearly now the rain has gone. All right. I'm just telling the truth. The truth they don't want to hear, and the truth doesn't pay. Okay? This is the Real Deal show. You want to talk about Real Deal? You're listening to him. Nobody wants to hear the truth. No one's telling the truth. And the truth does not pay. This is true on Trump and the fake media, news media, all the way down to this genre and everywhere in between. That's what I've come to the conclusion of. So, but nothing I can do about it because exposing the truth, they're stubborn. No, they're going to stick with the fraud. Okay. And I can't do it. I can't do the fraud. I'm incapable of being this way. So I'm not going to reap in the potential benefits that are out there. Now, I would like to change that. I need to be more like the foreigner in the Philippines. I need to be more like Blind Owl. I need to be more like the Foot Doctor. But I don't see it on the horizon for me yet. Maybe I'll get lucky somehow and figure something out. And like I said, I think just call me Father Wilson. Father Wilson, can I tell you can I make a confession? Yes. Yes, dear. Please drop to your knees. Yeah, really. I think I'm gonna stop fighting the whole there to be I don't know. Hemi knows. Ask Hemi what the story is with Real Deal. But it's nearly 6 a.m. here, ladies and gentlemen, the land of smiles. I'm an insomniac now. Oh, this has been a nice little... thank you so much for everyone coming over into the chat there, providing good input to the show. Wonderful. Like I said, we do have, 2 targets that we need to knock off the board. And that's the Freddy Krueger of Iloilo and the Kermit the Frog smirking bean dipper. I mean, a fat, ugly turd of a man. He looks like a giant turd. His skin color is dog shit. He looks like a big fat turd, like a pile. Just like right there, a talking pile of turd. And he doesn't know anything. He pretends to be an expert on everything. Then once we knock those two off, we finish up with Sissy and the foot washing pedophile. Like I said, I think Sissy will, on his return to Angeles, that's where that's going to end. The next trip back to the Philippines, I'm predicting, will be the final for Says, a very dramatic event. Either she will leave him, he will get taken out by the lady boys, they'll find him in a ditch somewhere or a shallow grave, this sort of thing. The next trip is curtains for Says Sissy Boy style. I'm making that prediction now. I don't know, maybe ISIS will kidnap him and put him on YouTube for ransom. That would be funny, man. That's what we're hoping. Hopefully he'll meet up with Real Deal, who take him down to Mindanao, where they'll both be fucking kidnapped, held for ransom. We'll be laughing our asses off as they're fucking got, machetes at their throats. They're pulling them by their fucking hair, whatever hair they have, and they're just like, by the eyeballs, pulling them back. We'll cut this fucker's throat unless you give us like $2 million. Like, neither family is like, fuck it. We're not cooperating with terrorists. Okay, we'll cut their heads off. Well, sorry, we're just not going to pay you any money. We don't want to promote terrorism. Okay. And then they'll fucking hack both their fucking heads off. Like opening up a coconut with a machete. It'll be nothing. Just, phew. I said, Henry, we've done really good work in here. They've tried with their attacks. They've demonetized some videos. They got a few strikes. But the channel comes back. The strikes fall away. We make more videos. And they lose their girlfriends and they lose everything. They drop dead of heart attacks, machete attacks, roadside accidents, kidnapped by ISIS. This is all. They lose, Hemi, so we're winning. And it's wonderful because them and their audience deserve only the worst. So, Mark is trying to drum up some more business. What are you talking about? Oh, he's here. Everyone, it's the foot doctor. He's in denial, though. Okay, can I call you the foot doctor? That'll just be my nickname for you. It doesn't mean anything. I'm going for 8 hours, foot doctor. You don't have to respond to that. You could continue to call yourself Marco, the whatever it is that you do for a living. It's just think of it as a term of endearment, the foot doctor. I mean, I'm calling you a doctor, man. That's a highly prestigious term to be, just viewed in that way. We could shorten it up. We could just call you Dr. Marco, if you like. But I like the foot doctor. Or, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon we'll be having the foot doctor here from the website Stinky Feet Only. And he wishes to grab you by the ankles. Okay? Or he might even grab his own ankles. I think he grabs his own ankles first. And then once he's got you in that position, better watch out. He's a Filipino man. What's the holdup here? All right, there he is. Nice picture. Okay, I want to make a disclaimer here for Peter V, who's listening. I'm not part of his pedo network. Don't say that. I know Peter will be listening here later.
Hold on, let me grab my headphones.
All right.
I'm like a few minutes behind on your live stream, so you might need to. Well, I'm behind in your live stream, so you might want to get me caught up.
Oh, well, we were talking a lot about the usual cast of characters on how they've all lost their girlfriends and everything, and how we're celebrating on their misery. They've tried to counterattack me, and it's been very minimal. They've lost everything, and so we're also talking about what happened with Mark the lawyer and you and this iPhone theft and all of this stuff. I was just scanning through your channel, the last couple videos, trying to get, but it's 8 hours. I can't sit there and listen to 8 hours straight on anything, but just sort of pieced it together a little bit. Maybe you could fill in the details from your end, but you left your wife's iPhone in the glove box and they stole it out of there or something, and this sort of thing. I don't know.
No.
Whatever you want to tell us.
Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, you're not getting. When it comes to these kind of things, the devil is in the details. You know that.
Okay.
So first of all, I just want to say thank you for having me on again. It's been a long time since you and I have talked. So I always appreciate your support and how you create interest wherever you go. And some people have, I don't want to say criticize or have attacked me or associating myself with you. I mean, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, but
Dude, you have a horrible reputation on your own. No, don't say you. Wait a minute. I have to butt in here.
Go ahead.
I have a bad reputation with these people, but you have a bad reputation on your own, apart from me. I mean, you're far more. They hate you far more than they hate me. I've seen the comments that are put there.
That's true.
The hate they have for you, the videos they do about you, Bebotsonly, never forgiven, instead of unforgiven, never forgiven, or no child is safe, Bebotsonly. I mean, come on. You think I'm worse than you are? Come on.
No, I didn't say that. I said I have been criticized for talking to you and associating with you, but I didn't say, I never came close to saying that you're any worse or even close to as bad as how I am.
Okay.
See the difference? But response to all these things, right? Like you even said so yourself, getting attacked, getting criticized, getting trolled, getting hate channels, that's all part of the system. That's all part of the ecosystem. I mean, if you have a YouTube channel, you're going to naturally have those things. And you have to look at it. I mean, you got to look at all of this as they're all going to happen, and there's nothing you could do about it. And a lot of things that I do when there's nothing I can do about it is like, okay, well, how is this going to work for me? Okay, and I was talking to a lawyer, Mark, just recently. Him and I have been chatting through email. And I say all this is what it does is create interest. I'll even in the last live stream, I know it's 8 hours, but I had 2 people that were in there that from Thailand, and they claimed the reason why they were listening is because of you. You were talking about me.
Oh.
They said that on my chat. It says, well, Video Freedom talks about you. That's why I go, why are you here? Because the content has been closed for several months now. So I was just curious, and I was just asking him, why are you listening here for hours? Because all these things that we've been talking about have been closed off from the general public until I can make them public. And one guy, Billy Bob, said, he's probably listening right now because he listens to you, he says, you're interesting. Okay, can you elaborate? And he says, and he specifically said, because Video Freedom talks about you. That's why I'm here. and I'm from Thailand. So I would have never had that person listening in and talking and causing interest until you have mentioned me. Okay. This is just like media, this is the new media, this is the internet now. Negative attention is going to be natural. You can't stop it. Period. Okay. You could probably manage it, but it cannot be contained. Okay. And the only thing you can do is, all right, so what's the positive? Like you said, turn the not negative into positive. See, I listen to you, and then I what then it's kind of like the old adage: there's no such thing as bad publicity when it comes to the internet now, since this is the new media. And I'll even go as far as to say, because I know you mentioned this several times, is the boss's appendectomy was paid for by David S. And he has come on the live stream and several times have said that because to you that he found out about my channel. So I owe you an appendectomy.
Oh, no, don't tell me that. Oh, shit. Are you kidding me, right? Unbelievable. Hello? What's happened here? All right, Marco's dropped out here for some reason. It seems like he's still in here, but I don't hear anything from him. Hemi, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me or hear Marco? We need a sound check from the audience. Oh, I don't know what to do at this point. I don't hear Marco. And I'm not getting a sound check over here. Let me refresh the screen. Am I online here? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the update. I don't know, Marco, if you can hear me, your mic must be muted or something. Well, just when it was getting good. Okay, he's off. He's offline now. I guess his internet dropped or something. So, all right. Well, hopefully he'll be back on here shortly. Worldwide transmission, ladies and gentlemen. Worldwide broadcast. Live unscripted radio here for you. Yep. 6 o'clock in the morning. I need a cup of coffee, man, though. All right. Here's what we're going to do here. Those who want to hang in here for him to come back, I'm going to go next door, get a cup of coffee, come back. And we'll hopefully Mark can just do it like he usually does when my shit goes down, just take over the broadcast until I return. So let's leave a note here in the chat. Take a quick, it won't take me but 5 minutes. Go next door, grab a cup of coffee, bring it back. Why? Why would he split? He was just saying something. I will be back in 5. If Marco comes back, just tell him to take over the show until I get back, please. Still not come back? Weird.
Okay, Aaron, I'm back. My internet decided to cut out on me. That's why I had to go downstairs and restart the router. Okay. Anybody out there? I can hear Aaron washing dishes in the background.
What, he didn't come back yet? Oh, here he is. Marco.
Can you hear me? Huh?
But your fucking mic's fucked up, huh? I can't hear anything.
Am I on?
Yeah, there he went again. Anybody have any update here? Did it work? You want the link again? Resend me the link. Okay, fine. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, I see you, but I don't hear you. See you, don't hear you. Is this thing fucking muted? Just double check here. Nope, it's not muted. Let's see. Am I muted? No. Everything's okay. Oh, wow. Maybe your headset needs, just wiggle the wires of your headset or some shit. All right. So, continue on with the broadcast. Basically, the let's see here. Looking at the Bitcoin crash out here. Let's see here. We're approaching the fork. A hard fork or a soft fork? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Can you hear me now? Hear me now?
Ah, that's what it is. I discovered that I thought there was this selling, big time sell going on in Ethereum, and it seemed like Russian mafia was dumping, money or something like this. It seems now they figured it out. Somebody stole some token that allows you access to this Bitcoin, like unlimited access to the chain or something like this. And they were just stealing Ethereum off the miner and selling it into the market, $30 million worth. So this may be account for some of that. Like I said, I don't trust this Ethereum, but I'm not going to get into that whole thing. This is not the genre for it. But
hello.
Like I said, I've got my irons in many fires. And like I said, I've been very good at my predictions in that genre. Very good.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello?
Marco.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. My router decided to die right in the middle, so I had to reset it. Now my microphone started acting up. So I'm back.
All right, great. So
this is your stream. I'd be more than happy to clarify and discuss whatever it is that you and your audience finds interesting.
well, let's just get straight what happened with Mark the lawyer, because I heard some girls' names mentioned. Who's this Ivy girl? And did Mark meet up with the girl over there, one of your Bebots? What can you tell us, and what do you got cooking now? I mean, give us a general update. What happened with the iPhone in short, if that's possible? I'm not so much interested in that. I want to get to the girls. What's up with Mark and the girls, and what's up with the girls right now?
Well, like you said, I can't do anything short if that's possible. So you better pick your poison then.
Okay, we'll just start off. Most interesting is what's up with Mark and in the girl situation when he went over there.
Well, as usual, it was his. I think he's the second person that came in this new generation. So after talking to him for years and years, he decided to say, "Oh, that this is the time to come now." And he talked about it in the live stream. It has a lot to do with the first person that came, and after he heard him talk on the live stream or chatted on the live stream, he said, "Took the opportunity to go." So he came. So he was here after all these years, and we weren't really planning or expecting to do anything. We just wanted to hang out, see each other for the first time finally after talking all these years, and anything other than that, we'll go from there. But I have this new generation of girls, and we met up with them. There was ones that he expressed interest in meeting, and he met all the ones that he was interested in meeting. But the primary one that he was interested in meeting he talked about this all in the live stream, and so I'm repeating just what he said. And anything more than that, you would probably have to talk to him and invite him to the live stream yourself. But so he met a lot of the girls, spent a lot of time with them, to kind of sum it up, and made a connection with a lot of them. And that's how the people are here. I mean, you make a connection with them, and it's these connections that are that follow you around. And so so he kept communicating with them, and lawyer Mark and I are good. The main thing is that the biggest problem is because now, because of this resurgence and because of this interest, because of people like you talking about me, adding to the interest, that I'm getting like pulled in like 100,000 different directions. I mean, I got people coming, and not only are they coming, I've got repeat people that are on top of the new people that are coming. The people that came before are coming back again. Is the hard part, and they want me to do things also in between before they get back here. So with all these squeaky wheels, lawyer Mark and I was normally is going to have some misunderstanding and some miscommunication, and that's what we're reestablishing again. So the right hand knows what the left hand is doing, and go from there. But he had a great time. He's busy with his work. He has plans on coming back again. I just have to rearrange around the other people that are coming also. So that's where he's at. Had a great time with the girls, wants to come back, reconnect with the girls. And like he says, like a lot of other people, with experience from Thailand, he says Thailand is still going to be hands down the #1 place for mongering. But he came here to meet me, but also he experienced something different. I'm not saying one thing is better than the other, but if you've been going to Thailand for years and years, the last guy, Marcus, he's been going to Thailand for decades. It'll get to a point where you want something different, something unique. And that's what a lot of people can't come here for, since Bebotsonly is a unique experience. It's not for everyone. Everyone will tell you, Marcus, lawyer Mark, everyone that's come here will say it's not for everyone. I mean, if you're looking for we all know Marcus was saying, if you're looking for a unique experience, it's not going to be the cheapest, okay? Because we talked about it where it says we established, okay, when it comes to women, the cheapest are the prostitutes. Then the next up is the girlfriends, and the next up is the wives. And so Bebotsonly is somewhere in between all of that. So that's where the uniqueness comes in. But it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with any of the categories in those 3 categories. I'm just saying we're in there, and where you want to be or where you're at will depend on you.
Okay.
So that's my short answer.
Good. All right. Well, it begs many questions. So if I can just drill down a little bit, if you can answer anything, fine. If you can't, fine too. Are the girls that he met viewable on your channels already?
No, because it's gone so deep into the unlisted links that because what I do is this is how I always operated, is people will send their contributions to make content, and I usually send the links to those people right away in a matter of days, that I'll make it public. The problem is there's so many people now sending contributions for so many different girls, and I'm always adding girls, that every day almost I'm creating unlisted videos, and I literally don't have time to make them public. Because you take a 3-hour video, I have to review that, and I have to take things out that will be taken out of context and things like that. And I just don't have time for it. Where versus someone who's made the contribution, I'll just send it raw, send it to them, go on about my day. So as much as I want to make the videos public, I have to prioritize which one is going to get my attention. And of course, the unlisted videos. And if there's any time, and everybody will tell you, there's absolutely no time after doing and making and uploading a 3 or 4 hour video. That's how long these videos are. And they'll tell you in the live streams, yeah, it's torture, but we have to, just like our my 45-minute air conditioning video, it's torture, but you got to watch it.
Okay. Wow. Okay. That's really wow. All right. Fair enough. And then, can you give us some indication of the age range of the, he wasn't, these are, it's just sort of like a mandatory question. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but these weren't old ladies, right? We're not talking 25-year-olds or anything. You're not dealing with that, right?
Come on.
All
Next
right.
question.
I gotta just going over the fundamentals and stuff. Who knows, right? But wow. Okay. And when you're saying expensive, like what was he forced to pay then for his going out with these girls or whatever?
Okay. Forced to pay. Let's.
Well, I mean, what I mean? What would it cost them? I mean, roughly. Because just for other people, what are we going to have to spend? What are we looking to have to spend?
You got to start off with going out, eating out. Okay, man, that costs an arm and a leg by itself. Okay, it's you can save money by just going to Jollibee, but when you've got like an entourage with you, all of a sudden, if it might cost like only $5 or $6, but you multiply that among 3 or 4 of their friends, you're talking about $20, $30 right there. right? And then you, even in the cheapest meal, you got to do that 3 or 4 times a day. You're spending like $100 to $150 on just food alone. Okay. And these girls, they work in groups. They work in tandem. They work in packs. It's their safety in numbers. It's like they'll do anything with you just as long as they're doing it with their friends. Right? They're like wildebeest. They'll all like, if the herd goes this way, they'll go that way, and they'll all jump off a cliff just as long as they're doing it with their friends.
Right.
So we have to we have to kind of, especially if we're just like meeting them, and this is just kind of like the initial stages. But if we're like all one big kind of entourage, then it'll go whatever direction the pack leader wants to take it to. It just has to be a group. And then, of course, eventually down the line and everything like that, you can have more personal time. But it's going to be, in the beginning, it's going to be, you have to work with them and their friends, and the best thing to do in that situation, if they're going to be bringing their friends, bring friends that you're interested in also. So if she starts acting up, then you take our friend.
Right, as the song goes. Okay, and so, well, you mentioned that he made some connections with one or more of the pack, and so can you give us any I mean, how far did he get, so to speak, with them? I mean, is he still laying down groundwork here, or is he laying down pipe?
Well, that you have to understand, he only came here. That was just his first trip. So
Groundwork.
There's only so much you could do in one trip. So there are some, there were some things, there weren't some things, but they're also limited. I mean, even you're still limited by your time. Time, if your time is limited, he made the connections that he could. Of course, there are some things that money can do to. I've clarified this in my live streams. Money can't buy love, but they can buy food. They can buy chocolates, which the girls love, which is the same thing. I've always said money can't buy love, but money bridges the gap. It bridges the age gap. It bridges the cultural gap. It bridges the race gap. It can even bridge some of the distance gap. Okay. And these are the gaps that have to be overcome to be able to let love develop. Okay. We all like to think that, like, oh, because I'm American, or because I'm a Caucasian, because if I'm a US citizen and all these things, that she loves me. It's like, no, because those things, you have access to money. Is it a lot of money? No, but more money than these people will have, because they don't even have the basics. They don't have a whatever to pee on or something.
The like piston when to throw it out.
Yeah. So keep going with your questions. I don't want to dominate your stream here by my long-winded answers.
I'm all ears. I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm all ears. Don't worry, man. So, okay, so that answers that in a roundabout way.
I mean, well, if you want to know the nitty-gritty locker room talk, you gotta talk to the guy about it, right? I can't.
Well, that's the reason I emailed him as soon as I found out about this. Like, I don't know. I guess this happened a month or two ago or something. He was there.
Yeah, it was like 2 or 3 months ago. You're like 2 or 3 months late here.
Yeah, I know. And so I emailed him the other. I emailed him actually twice, and I haven't heard back from him. So because I wanted to ask him all these questions, and so it's like, that's why I'm asking you, because obviously I'm very interested.
I don't know. Even Lawyer Mark will tell you, I don't know what's going to happen. All right. It might seem like I'm the mastermind. I'm the ringleader. I'm the pimp master, whatever. I'm like the most helpless person. I'm like the most helpless person. I can't control what the visitors do. I can't control what the girls do. All I can do is control the car that they all jump in, or I pick them up at the airport and bring them together. What they do with each other is where the magic happens. It's like you'll never know, and it's these kind of interactions, and it's different. It's different with Lawyer Mark. It's different with Marcus. It's different with Pico. It's different with Mike R.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Okay. So, couple questions. One, were his expectations met, or did he feel like something was lacking and he was disappointed for some reason or other? And second, uh, did he get sweet on one of them in particular? Uh, and is she reciprocal to his advances or affections, this sort of thing?
Yeah, these are broad questions, and I'll try to answer them the best as I can. So gosh, what was the first part of your question? Oh, the his expectations. I could probably say I can't speak for him, but from what I gather from what he said, it went above and beyond, because number one, he didn't really have any expectations other than meeting me in person. So anything above that was gravy, was frosting. So meeting the girls, making connection with them, it, it went above and beyond. And he even went on my live stream. I know it's too long, but if you pick apart some of the things, he was, for someone like him, saying, he learned some things about certain. I remember he said that he learned a thing or two about the quid pro quo. And I've always kind of simplified it as the carrot on a stick, but he likes to call it quid pro quo. And I just take it to a level that gets results. The carrot on the stick, and get people to understand it because of the way the culture and the people's needs are here. And I kind of tailor made it. It doesn't work in like Western countries in America, because there is no carrot on the stick, because they'll get their own food, they'll open their own damn door, they'll get their own clothes or their own groceries. So they'll get their own carrot. There's no stick for it and everything. But over here, so your next question was, what was your second question?
Did he get sweet on
first
one
one
in
was
particular?
expectation.
And is he like maintaining a relationship with one of them? And they
yes and no. Like the girl that he came here for, specifically, primarily, they met, but the ironic thing was he made a connection more with her friends, because I think there are a couple of things. Number one, the primary girl that he was interested in, she was kind of in a honeymoon stage with her boyfriend. He was like, well, why did she still come? Well, because her friends are coming. And then her friends, even because they were the primary, they were just kind of like compensating because they were just secondary. And then also they're compensating for the primary because the primary is not responding as well. So it kind of like, it was kind of like one of those movies where like, hey, I'm interested in your friend, but I'm kind of making more of a connection with your other friends instead, because she kind of has this thing of, okay, he came from me, so I don't have to work at it, or I don't have to do anything. So the other ones came, and then he made a connection. What complicates this is the girl that he was interested, which was supposed to be a secondary, which was I was interested in. So we were kind of supposed to be kind of like the third wheel together. He became interested in. So there's just kind of like that triangle, or multiple triangles that were kind of forming. He liked this girl, and this girl likes him, but this is the girl that I liked, and everything like that. So it might seem like that we were kind of struggling for but it's not. I'm not. This is his vacation. This is all him. He knows I'm interested in this girl also, but then I'm interested in all of them. So
you're interested in her as well. Interesting.
Yeah. So it was just as that, hey, I also subscribe to the mantra. I don't want to say like bros before hoes. That sounds so douchebaggy. But I clarified this with Lawyer Mark, that friendships with men like Lawyer Mark are more valuable than all the hoes combined in the world. I mean, girls are girls, but the bonds that men make are more valuable and stronger, especially with someone like Lawyer Mark, which, as I said, so
wow, so
I would never let a girl
between you and this girl. That is so hilarious, man. Well, is she pretty or what?
Oh, well, she's stunning. She's gorgeous. But I've always been criticized about when it comes to my taste in women. Sometimes I hit it out of the ballpark, and sometimes but that's just how men are. Everyone has their different
Well, who
tastes.
does she look like? Of the old Bebots, who does she look like? Does she look like anyone?
Oh, no, this one's unique. But she's thin, she's petite. And even Lawyer Mark says she's got a incredible bust to waist ratio. So that's how he described it. And she's been criticized as like having a scowl. And when I first met her, she over tweezed her eyebrows. It was like too far apart. And it just looked like she had this surprised look on her face because of it. I said, cut that out, right? It's just, you're beautiful enough. Let it grow back. You're trying too hard and everything. I've been criticized by this. And even Lawyer Mark was telling me, man, you're on your own, until he came here and became a believer. It's just that I have this advantage that I meet them in person and I talk to them, and yes, you have the videos, but there's still a certain element when you meet them in person that then he became interested in the same girl. So that's kind of where we're at. But his plans, I told him, I got a bunch of people coming right now. I got one coming for 3 weeks. And then that's what became the problem, was that with so many people coming now, new people and returning people, and like I said, stuff that they want me to do in between, that I'm just like, got pulled in 1,000 different directions and I couldn't get to everything. And that's where my problem is coming in. And I just have to communicate. And it's fine. I just need to communicate much better than I did before, because before I just like have 1 or 2 people. Now I've got like over.
Oh, what are you saying? You had to rush them off or something? You had to cut it short with them?
No. But I've got one day, and let's say I've got 5 people sending me contributions because they want to see this girl on video. Oh. Right. So I just saw him. So the other ones have been waiting in line for like the last 2 weeks. I got to get to, and if I don't get to, I'll get it to the next day and the next day and the next day, and he's gonna feel like, hey, when is my, video gonna come up?
Right.
If you don't get, then this is they get very anxious, especially hey, these girls are waiting. These girls are talking to me every day. Hey, when is he gonna come? When is he gonna come? Because to them, it's what their needs matter. They don't care about the 20 other people's needs that matter. We got 100 million people here with needs, but all they care about is their own. And naturally, of course, that's going to happen. But I'm at the disadvantage where I have to deal with the 100 million other people's needs.
Yeah, okay, I know. What was you? I get it. Hold on 1 second here. A little timeout. I have a question for you. Sorry, Hemi. I mean, I'm really interested in this all of this stuff, and I'm not attacking the doctor here because I don't want. That's not as important to me as knowing all this stuff. Really, it's my priority here. So
yeah,
sorry.
You could. I've addressed it in my live streams, but I don't know if you want to invest an hour of your precious time into that, right?
No, I'm talking to Hemi here. I'm talking to the chat.
Okay.
That's what
yeah.
I'm not talking to you. Because Hemi's saying, talk about
you know questions. Me. Yeah, you know me, Aaron. I could go into that, right? And I do in my live stream.
No, I don't want to. Right now, that's not important to me. Again, it's a question of priorities here. So if that's what you're listening for, I understand it. But for me right now, I'm more interested in this stuff that we're talking about. To me, and so if that's what you want as a blood sport, I get it. I understand that. I'm just not interested in that right now, and that disappoints Hemi. I'm sorry about that, Hemi. Yeah, because Hemi's is a great guy, and he's great in the chat and everything. I understand that he wants to see something else or hear something else, and I just like I said, I want to continue with this, and so I just want to explain that.
Here's some topics that I talked about in my live stream.
I don't need you to talk topics. I got one for you right here.
Okay, no, but I'm just saying, if you want to talk about roid rage, if you want to talk about the beaner, if you want to talk about there was also something you said very interesting, was that like, hey, I'm not doing it right. I'm not, and I want to be like these guys that are like making all this money or something like that, and I know you're probably being rhetorical, but
no,
I can just tell
serious.
I can just tell you, I can tell you how it happened.
All of these other fuckers got oodles of cash coming in. the foreigner in the Philippines got money rolling in all the time. Blind Owl's got money rolling in. You've got money rolling in. Somebody else has got money.
Well, like I said, I don't know anything about those people. I can only talk about my own, and I could also talk about how you were a part of it also. And I could.
Thank you. That's okay.
So I could.
Peter B is listening too much to that part. Here's my question for you. I mean, I want to know about the like I said, get up to date on the girls, man. That's fuck everything else. Now, so where is the source file, so to speak, on the girls? Because, like, okay, I see this girl. I want a video on her. Well, I don't see this girl. Where the fuck is she? Where are the guys looking to see the girl that a video can be done about?
There's like plus people that I send unlisted videos to. Okay, and those 20 people pretty much dictate who they want to see more videos of. And the people range from like the people who are actually going to be coming here to people who have like no interest in coming here at all. They just want to see entertainment. They just want to see real content. I mean, one guy will tell you that like it's just every time I see I'm always waiting every day for a video because it's almost like I just don't know what's going to happen and I need to know what's next. What's happening next, even though it's mundane. It's just like, what? But all of a sudden, it's like lately, it's just like all these unexpected things, name it, anything and everything is happening. And because this is the internet world now, this is the online world now, you yourself could say, you can pretty much find out anything about anything that you want. People just disclose all this personal information. And then what I do these live streams is just because these guys know even more about the girls than I do. And it's that connection that they make is just like they haven't met this person yet they know the person, and that it compels them to like I want more.
Okay, so just to be clear,
then what happens is, even though I just talk about it in these live streams, it's like trickling and trickling, which I don't really want that much more because I'm already full as it is. But people are trickling in every once in a while. Somebody will be a looky-loo or kicking the tires and curious, and they just slowly get drawn in until to the point where like I got to see what's behind the curtain. I got to see what's behind there. And then once they come in and they see, I think a perfect example of a new one is like Esoteric Lurker. He's like the newest one. He got in. And then he sent in another contribution saying, "Yeah, I was curious. I got in. Now I want more." So as much, and it's similar. It's just like, yes, all of it is the same. It's similar. It's like the same format. I meet new girls. I make video of them. I talk to them. I talk to them in our language to make them all comfortable. At first, they are caught like a deer in the headlights. It's like, when is this guy going to cut me up in pieces and put me in a luggage and throw me in the river somewhere? To like, hey, it's like, I want to hang out with you 24/7 because it's like you're 2 turntables and a microphone and you're where it's at.
Okay, well, awesome. So basically, you like there's a new girl or a group of girls. That's the original video. Okay, I've got this new group. Now it's going out.
My headphones got disconnected here. Hold it. I didn't get to your question. Shoot. Repeat your question.
Okay, so basically, is this how it works? You get a new girl, and you do a video, and then you send it out to your mailing list, the link, unlisted, and then they look at it and they say, okay, good. I want to sponsor a video of her.
Yeah, what's happening? How I meet a girl is through their friends. Hold on. So how I meet a girl is through the friends. So the weird part is I'll invite a girl, like that's how it works. It's like, this is your friend, and sometimes what they'll do is, even though I tell them not to contain costs, is is they'll bring a friend. So I'll contact the girl. I say, hey, your friend's kind of cute. Bring her, introduce me to her. So we'll eat, for food. And they'll go, yeah, food. Let's do it. And what they'll do is just bring that person. Don't tell her to bring any hanger-oners. And they'll say, yeah, sure. That's fine. We'll do that. Will they do that? No. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. But every once in a while, they'll bring the friend. And in one situation, they brought 3 friends. The irony is, I've got guys saying they're more interested in the 3 friends than the original one that I was, and that I originally came to meet. I didn't even pay attention to them because I don't think they're just marginal or average looking. But that's just how this is. It's like that's just how people are. There's just both you and I have said there's no accounting for taste. They bring the average friend, and then all of a sudden everybody's interested in the average friend.
Okay, so I got it. Oh, okay. So you're just sending these links out, and they kind of build and sort of multiply on each other. You see, there's a group of girls, and okay, let's. I want to see a little bit more of the girl with the pink shirt. You say, okay, try to hook it up with her. Get the donation. You send out the link to that guy eventually, and then his fascination may continue.
And then I say, okay, this is the person. This is this is the sponsor. This is the friend. This is my friend. Saw your video. I explained it to them, and they say, oh, hi, so and so. Thanks for sponsoring today's French fries and everything. They get all happy. They're talking to them directly. They're acknowledging them. And this is it's interactive now. It's not just what has changed with Bebotsonly is it's always been interactive, but it's become more interactive in a greater scale now. I mean, I'll give you an example for like the live streams. Before, I would for me to interact with someone where it's like a two-way street, I would have to personally call them. They would have to email me, I would call them, but I would be only talking to one person. Streams, it brought it up to scale. Remember, people have said, businesses, it's fine, but microtransactions won't make you any money. But if you do it to a larger scale, then that's where it starts making sense. The live streams brought me to a larger scale, to a larger audience. It gave me the ability to make this one-on-one connection with people, even though it's because I could address them directly and they could address me. It just gave them more access to my personality and my thinking. And it gets to a point that they understand me more than their own friends or family members, because they talk to me and see me and interact with me, not just watch me, because on a daily basis. Before it was just like, here's the material, you watch it. Now it's like, no, here's the money. We dictate what's the material now.
Oh, wow.
And they come here and they not only did they dictate the material, they are the material now. You see where it evolutionized? It's no longer like, hey, before I used to watch. Now I'm dictating what I watch. Now I am watching myself.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because this is what I want to create it. Now I'm seeing it. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is just the basics. Oh, what do people want? Money, women, power, right? This is all the things that we, and this connection. We make this connection through the money, which we cannot do anymore in a Western world. But over here, money is power. And I don't know about there in Thailand, but over here in the Philippines, and it's like, wield it.
Okay, wow, that's pretty cool to understand the evolution of it. They order up their content, so to speak, and that's creating what more inflows of revenue and more people actually now wanting to show up. Is that the case?
Yeah, and it also forms like because they know. I disclose that, like, hey, I got so and so, and I got so and so. There's also, I don't want to say, it's also like an air of competition now. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right, because they're all buying for the very limited time that I have. Since at the end of the day, I'm only one person. You know, and like I said, it's kind of scary for all, you know, for everybody just depending on this one person. It's not like they can go to somebody else and say, hey, you go over there and make this content that Bebotsonly is doing. It's impossible for them to do it. They can't.
So, I mean, but I mean, let's be serious here. I mean, it sounds all wonderful, but just a bottom line here. I mean, are these chicks going to give it up, or is this just a bunch of fucking cock teasing? Or test driving, as you like to say out there in style
it's
world.
like I said, you know, what happens with one, you know, these are people, you know, we're not buying stuff off the shelf over here. You know, it's like individual results will vary. I
Okay.
mean, you know,
Yeah,
it'll
come on.
depend.
I want to. There's got to be. I mean, we've got to get some clarity on this. I understand that, and if you're total fucking like that one guy who can't fucking open his mouth when he's around women and everything, you know, that's not your fault, and that probably, you know, those situations excluded. I mean, are the girls amenable?
I'll give you an example, okay? Because you know, like I said, you ask a lot of broad questions that cannot be applied to everybody. But all I could do.
Let me just preface that by saying this. Let me just add one little thing to it for sort of you know, exclamation, is that in fucking Thailand, I don't care who the broad is. You wave money at them, they're fucking dropping in their knees or taking their pants off, and so it's gonna get done. But that's this culture. Your money is everything here. Okay? I don't care who the broad is. You flash the money, it's going to happen. Just a question of how much. But it's going to happen. There's no middle ground there. So that's what I'm saying.
I agree. But we're talking with a different group, okay, that won't do that.
As you will.
I mean, that won't do that. They won't do it for the money, but they'll do it for you.
That's the difference. Hold on, stop, please. So you're saying, is that the Filipino difference?
Yeah, they'll do it. They're not. If they do it, they're not doing it for the money.
Okay, so and then all right. So that brings up certain parameters. Okay, well then, like, how long does it take for them to make up their mind that they like you, so to speak? I mean, as simple as that.
Like I said, it'll depend. But let me give you a specific. All I can do is give you specific examples. Okay, Mike R was just here last month. Okay, and then I started live streaming about a recent visitor. He got privileged inside information because he's talking to the same girls also. And while I was he quid pro quoed me that says it's like I'm tired. It's 3 a.m. I'm going to sleep right now because I got to wake up in like an hour and a half to go to soccer practice. And he said, no, you're talking to me right now because I'm paying for your next service for your car. And I said, yeah, I guess I'm talking to you right now then.
Yeah, they're paying for your oil changes and shit now too, you motherfucker.
because he wanted the information now because he was because the information that I had was that relied on his making plans. He had two phones. One was talking to me and one was talking to his travel agent, and it hung on what I was saying. So he said, I got the information I need. Bam, he's coming the following weekend. And after he was just here a month. Okay, so you kind of read between the lines. What kind of person would come here after he's just been here last month, you know, unless there's something in here that he really wants, you know, just for the weekend. And then he knows that I have an available weekend this weekend also, and he's already messaging me, can I take it? Can I take it? No, you can't take it. The bosses actually have someone coming over the weekend. And it was actually, well, anyway, the point is that it will depend. Where does the money come in? I mean, the money is everything.
Okay, let's stop right there.
We all know.
In your example, if you can, please just pause for a moment. So basically, okay, I kind of got what you mean, but it left me with a question. Okay, I got, yeah. If you're following up, I mean, I've been there, I've done this. You're hot. There's something cooking, you know, between you and the girl, in the Philippines. But like, why are you still involved at that point? Is my only question. Because if he's coming back right now, the girl, it's kicking off. You know, you're a fucking third wheel. Marco, you're a great guy. You set me up and everything, but you know, it's just the two of us in the bedroom. I mean, this is not a three-way. So why in the fuck do I need you right now? Because it's cracking, and I'm coming back pronto. You know what I'm saying? Is it really cracking, or what? Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm not part of the end game. I'm part of the helping you set it up. Okay. And where does it come in?
Okay, so we're still, when he's coming back the second time, he's still in setup mode.
Well, he might be setting it up for someone else. I mean, for another different person. He wants to be. He doesn't want to be. For him, as example, he doesn't want to be stuck with just one. He wants to just. Hey, I'm going over there. Why do I want experiencing one? I have the power. I have the ability. I have the option. Why just be stuck with one? Why come all the way over there just for one relationship when I could have I have the money and the option and the know-how and the ability with Bebotsonly over here because he's got lots of friends. Why do I just want to make friends with just one person? Because they're all equally satisfying.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the right word.
Yeah, no, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And so he still needs you.
It doesn't just
he's got one.
Yeah,
he's already got
end with just one. And even then, where am I needed also is I also have to play. Mike R will tell you this, and all these other girls is I'm the bad cop. I'm the enforcer. Somebody has to enforce what it is. Somebody has to tell them it's like you either do this or get the fuck out.
Okay, good.
I'm the one who has to do
there for that role.
Yeah, yeah, because he wants to, this drives them to, look at the bad person, look at the meanie, look at the bully. It's like, oh, hey, baby, come here. I'll take care of you. I'm the one who is, I'm always saying yes. And I'm the bad parent.
Right.
Right. And like you said, these are just kids, right? These are all stuck in this, they're in the arrested development because they can't, because of the, the whatever pyramid that, because they're stuck in the just survival. We're just looking for food and their primal instincts. But I've even made. Anyway, keep going with your questions.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with my long-winded answers.
Well, good. I mean, it sounds very interesting. And like I said, it's of course the question that Hemi asked, and we'll ask it now on Hemi's behalf, is that okay? Well, listen. I mean, why do you want to leave Thailand, especially he's in Bangkok, which is really there's a lot more to on offer there. If you can handle living there, it sucks living there though. I mean, just the pollution, the air is fucked up. But I mean, Bangkok is a cornucopia of broads. I mean, I've lived there several times, and so I know what Bangkok has to offer. It's endless, broads, endless. You could, how many lifetimes you'll never touch it, every corner of Bangkok. So why? It's because he wanted something unique. He wanted something different. He wanted to see the grasses on the other side is greener. And you're saying that because the Filipino difference is a certain connection to the husband, the customer, the guest relations officers are very offer special feeling, a special experience. And he was tired of the cold-blooded Thai bitches or something, and he was able now to have this foot in this other world. And I'm sure he thinks about it probably every day or something at this point, comparing and trying to decide, well, geez, I'm longing.
He was scheduled to actually, lawyer Mark was actually scheduled to come this weekend until there was an emergency at his work that had to come up. So he had to tell me that, like, hey, which is good because I had a lot of things that I had. What's good about lawyer Mark is he works around my schedule. So whenever I'm done with whatever it is that I need to do for my own personal priorities, then he's more than welcome. Yeah, just come whenever you can get to. He can self-entertain. So that's the good part. So are you asking me the question, what's the difference? Because you can answer because you're in Thailand, you could probably answer the question much better than myself. All I could do is relay to you what the people, we're talking about all of the people that have come here have been to Thailand also. And I can tell you what they've told me, what they feel is the difference. One of those things, like I said, was if these girls do drop trow, it's not for the money. I mean, you paid for that trow and you paid for the place for the drop trial. You paid for the food that of the girl that the one that dropped trial, but no way in shape or form. This is kind of like they're once they get to that point, they're willing and able. And I think it's that distinction. It's like these guys who come here, they don't want a girl to be just dropping trowel because they paid the money. They want to get it. It's part of like the challenge. It's like, am I cool enough? Did I do enough cool enough things, not only for her, but her friends, that she values her worth on her friends? It's all about more about impressing their friends more. Is just as important. If you can impress their friends more to get them to want you, then all of a sudden they're like, oh, this is mine, and this is how I'm going to. It's like I'm staking my territory now. It's one thing to go shoot fish in a barrel, and like if I wanted to do that, I'll go into Thailand. But this, as men, we kind of want to feel like it's like, oh, this is that we want for the men who want the chase, the challenge, for the more discerning taste. Like even Mike R says, I don't want to going to Thailand is like going to Men's Warehouse. You'll get a suit for like a bar mitzvah and everybody's going to look the same and everybody's going to have the same experience. But if you go to Bebotsonly, you get this tailor-made from this guy with this very thick accent that you can't understand, but he knows the right cut and everything. So after you're done, you feel like James Bond.
All right, right on.
In your suit, going into Casino Royale.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Analogy.
I mean, I don't doubt it. I think you've even said something pretty well close to that before in my ramblings about you and your service, or whatever you want to call it. And it's unique. You're a professional, and what you have can be the most amazing thing in the world for certain guys who are smart enough to avail themselves. I'm referring to the old Bebots. I don't know. Like I said, it's all closed off. It's all gone private. So I don't know what it really looks like now. But let me ask you something. I mean, is there any right now that have the level of cuteness of the old cat chick?
Ooh. Eesh. I struggle. I'm struggling. I want to say yes, and cat is just so unique. It's so different. I don't know. as the best answer, the correct answer. Okay. I don't know.
All right.
I want to say yes, but I think I'll get arguments from people saying no. Especially since you're such a big cat fanboy. I mean, I'll probably have like a half a dozen guys that'll say, yeah, this so and so is way better. But they're not as big fan as cat as you are. So you see where I'm going with this here?
Right.
Are there girls that
who's another high level Bebot? I mean, there's Jazel. I like Jazel. Then of course there's Chai and the other one. Chai is probably one of the top Bebots, right?
Chai. Yeah, I mean the Chai is so unique. You're talking to the wrong person, because I'm not only just looking at them as just objects, because I have personal interactions with them that I can't,
right.
It's just like choosing over your kids. It's like you'll have your favorites, but you can't come out and say, I like this one much better or the other.
Right. Well, but it's a level of quality, so to speak. And what I'm guessing is that you are building back to the quality level of old Bebots. Maybe you're not quite there yet, but you've surely got momentum, and you're gonna get there, and you maybe even surpass it. Who fucking knows at this point?
Yeah, it's still early. The old generation, we were talking about 5 years in the making. I mean, with this new generation, what are we talking? We're only talking about 6 or 9 months. I mean, and it took me 5 years to get 5 people to come, for them to come, and then all of a sudden, I changed the formula where I'm saying I'm not expecting anyone to come, and then all of a sudden we got 5 people coming in 1 month.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of like what when you were talking about like making something happen, is you gotta like look at it and study it and make changes, and just do something different, and keep doing something different. And I don't want to say fake it until you make it, but just try something different until something is going to click.
Right.
I mean, with you, I mean, you're gonna have, even you have your own certain niche, your niche, you know, that talk to you and follow you and that connect with you, and then and then find out what it is that they want, and you have to give them what they want first, and once they are like getting what they want and just getting their cup run it over, they'll give you what it is that you want. I mean, you talk about iPhones or oil changes, that's nothing compared to what the men are very practical. They're like, I want that experience. It's like I can get my own oil change, I can get any oil change, I can pay for somebody else's oil change, but it's this tailor-made experience is more important to me than an oil change.
Mm.
Go with your questions.
No, that's good. I mean, you got to soak this in. I mean, this is something worth going back and listening to and absorbing. That's why I'm just trying to like get it up there on the wall, and then we look at it later, type of thing. Looking back, because of course, I was very much a proponent of the re-emergence of your system, or whatever you want to call it, and because I was hoping to avail myself, give it a shot, give it a whirl somewhere down the line, because the old Bebots were, again, the best thing on YouTube still, and there's not even anyone ever has the ability to challenge it. I mean, never. I mean, it's like you won the world championship, and there's never going to be anybody to ever fucking even challenge, let alone take the title from you. I could see, Well, there's nothing on the horizon. Maybe something will come up in years down the road, but you're the champ. Everybody else has got chimps for sidekicks. And I even hear them using that terminology, sidekick, now and everything. They use all my terms. But you did.
Yeah, but you stole all your nicknames from him. Is what's going on.
Hold on, I'm gonna rant here.
You're just using it. That's why you take credit for it. Is what's been established.
I am so happy that you did it, and I'm glad all of these other people now are availing themselves of what you're doing, and because I think you can bring happiness to these men, and because what the fuck, they can always make more money, but they're not going to be able to have this experience that you could have with a Cat, a Jazel, a Chai, what's her name? What's the fucking the one that got married? Joy, etc.
Joy, I know you've left messages with her at her channel.
Yeah, she didn't fucking answer, but one of them.
Yeah, all this is public. This is what's scary about Bebotsonly. It's like everything I say, everybody verifies. It's like, okay, I say something, you got like a dozen people go out and verify it and attack it and whatever. The funny thing about Joy is this is kind of like the downside of it. It's like once they're done with you, they'll turn on you. Even some of the comments that attack me, she'll agree with them.
Oh, really? I didn't know about that.
They'll say Bebotsonly is a pimp, he's a human trafficker, and she's
saying that now?
Well, that's what the comments will say, and what is she going to do, right?
Well, she doesn't have to say anything.
Yeah. Well, she's not going to defend me. It's like, I think she said something, well, yeah, that is a problem, and you need to go address it with him or something like that. Something to that effect. Not that it's defending me or it's attacked me one way or another. But Joy is a special person to me, and that's how she'll always be. But
right, there you go.
But that was a different time, right? Now we have, like you said, everybody is like in this pursuit of happiness, right? Like you said, you don't want to be just staring at like four walls over there and like be bored out of your mind.
Yeah, and then always coming back and hoping that a new set of jumbled circumstances will occur without you having to do anything, and all of a sudden you're happy again. This whole Montelli finding purpose, he just is in a rut. It's basically it, and he's got all these co-enablers telling him, "Oh, you're number one," and he's not happy. Yeah. They can all tell you in the comments and everything that you're great, you're happy. Yeah, he's not happy.
Because you've also got a group of guys staring at the same four walls also that are going to support him. There's like millions of guys out there just like him, and they need support. They need to say, "Hey, this is okay."
Yeah, it's misery loves company. The old saying definitely applies. So,
right?
So again, like we've talked out the ass on this one so many times in the past and everything, but still, uh, the motherfuckers in this genre, it's interesting. They've all pretty much blown up. Every girlfriend relationship is blown up. Sissy Style is trying to give the appearance that all is well. I'm not buying it, and I know better. And it's going to come apart as soon, anyways. But here's an opportunity. If any vloggers, all these people that listen to my show and but hate me or whatever, anyways, now's your opportunity to hook up with Marco, Brain Dead Ned, Freak A Real Deal, Montelli, etc. Because you know he might not hold a grudge against you, and you could actually get yourself a fine-looking Filipina, and then come on your fucking channel with the fucking B-bot and see what the fuck happens, man. And it doesn't matter what they say, even these fucking scumbag commenters. You're gonna be happier because being with a fine-ass Filipina is a good thing. I know, I've experienced it. It's an elation. And if she's young, beautiful, vivacious personality, charm, you're going to be like a made-over man. Okay, I know what a Filipina can do. I've never been down on the Filipinas themselves. It's the fucking country that's a piece of shit. And the ISIS is even more of a piece of shit. And that was a fucking ISIS guy at the fucking Manila casino. And I did call that within 24 to 72 hours. But the Filipina is an amazing thing, and that's not me. That's the Spanish conquistadors 400 years ago said this fucking. It's in the textbooks, man. It's recorded history. We don't make much money at all. They made all the money back in Mexico, shipping the silver, mining in Mexico, shipping it over to the Philippines, and then trading with the Chinese for the silver for goods, and then taking those goods and selling them all over Europe. Philippines was just like a stopping point, okay, in the whole Spanish Empire. It was necessary. It was like a hub, but that's all it was. They never made any money really out of the Philippines. That's what the history records show, the conquistadors. But they kept it around for the fucking women because the women were particularly special, all right? It was the same then as it is now, okay? And so why not have a beautiful Filipina? They're available to you. You've proven that. Why not have these fuckers don't want a beautiful one. Okay, they've had their ugly one. They've had their average one. The slate is clean. You have a chance to start over. Freak A, Ned, Real Deal, Montelli, the rest of them. You call this guy or email this guy and say, hey, man, here's my donation. Set me up. And if he's cool,
let me address here. You know, because we're talking about a few things over here. So first of all, so the two parts: the system and the money. Okay, you were there when the system was in its hiatus, and I was happy doing toy reviews. I was happy doing fish sauce reviews. I was just like leave me alone. I'm doing my fish sauce reviews. Okay, you were the one who came in and says, "Hey, get back on the horse there. You know, get back to those bebots." I'm like, what for? You know, there's no reason for me to do it. Well, I just do it because I'm telling you. You were there. You were on. That was documented. Say, get back, and I'm like, fine. You know, yes, it's like I am a recovering drug addict, and you're just telling me to go back and to the crack store and get some more crack. Okay, fine. I'll go to it just to show you there's no reason to do it. Then all of a sudden, the system, some systems cannot be walked away from, like because people weren't letting me walk away from it. And number two, so let's talk about the money, all right, and the girls and everything like that. We both said that when it comes to your quality of girls, all right, it's always going to be depending on money. The more money you have, the higher quality girls you have. Remember we said prostitutes require the least amount of money, girlfriends require the second amount of money, the wives are the highest amount of money. All right. And, you know, I almost want to put a subcategory under the prostitutes, which is like the ugly girls. Okay. Those require no money at all. And you're kind of, that's how the gauge is set. The guys with the more money, the guys with the more power, more money means more power. You're going to have your your Hugh Hefners, or they can have as many 18-year-old model versions as much as they want because they have the highest power. And then you got your uglies and your donkeys and your pirates, and you can't, those are the reason why those guys have that are with them is because that's all they can afford. And then of course we don't have that. So we're above that level. We're not with dealing with prostitutes, not yet anyway. It doesn't mean they're not going to be. Most pretty girls are going in that direction, but I'm saying, hey, what's wrong with getting to them before they've been through a bunch of Koreans and Ishka Bibbles and camel riders and been through the Middle East? It's like I'm not like Mr. Pink, where I'm saying all the girls are in the Middle East are whores and things like that. But that's how they get treated when they get there.
Right.
Okay.
All
Does that make
boy, you really have to take a human approach to this. You're back to the human approach. All right. I guess it's been a while for me to connect back up with that, but I guess I could see what you're saying.
Right. It's like, if these guys, this is what they have, maybe, it's a combination. That's all they can afford. And that's all, it's like, but there is a certain point where you can have a certain amount of money and get the finest girl, but you just have to reach that certain satiation point that, like, it doesn't matter if you have more money than this, you can get just as equally nice girl. You can get the chai, or you can get the cat and everything like that. But Kat is in America right now, so she's in a different position. But but don't worry, there's plenty of other girls like here that are similar, that has the same face value. But my problem is, when my hands are tied, it's like they might think a girl is just as the same as Kat or more beautiful than Kat, and I'm like, no, I disagree with you, and there's nothing I can do about that. I am forced to say, okay, here, I'm gonna bring you and this Kat together.
Well, as long now we're back to my own interest. As long as it's not too expensive on the setup. Yeah. Like I said, McDonald's Jollibee only. And
I always say, money is the greatest aphrodisiac when it comes to women. Money is like the Spanish. You want Spanish fry? Right. It's money. It's called money. It's like, that song by Christina Aguilera, "What a Girl Wants, What a Girl Needs." She's all talking about it. It's just like, she just wants money. Nothing gets a girl more juicier than money. Absolutely. My wife wouldn't give me any if I didn't take care of the bills and give her money. Okay.
But you're mixing it up. At one hand, you're saying it's more of a human approach, and you're mixing it with the desire for money. So again, I'm sort of on unstable ground, mentally here.
It's all a balance. It's all in there. It's all part of it, and it's finding this balance between the different not players, but the different people involved is where and finding that sweet spot is where the magic happens.
Right. Well, all right. So I take him out to Jollibee. We have the chicken joy and the fucking spaghetti, and I see 3-4 girls, and I'm like, well, now you know what I look like. You kind of know what I'm about here or something. I talked about shit you don't even understand, and you're shaking your coconut, and and I'm like, hey, time to make that. Marco, what do I do next? I look over. Okay, I want the one with the pink shirt. What do I do next? What's the game plan typically in this scenario? And then you'll tell me, okay, this is what you do next. And then I, say, okay, I pull that one to the side and say, hey, what? Because I can't say what, come to my room, right? Because that's too forward. So I have to say, okay, let's have another one, a trip to, the TJIF's just you, because I like you or something. And then we go with another one, you're as the chaperone or something. And then maybe on the third thing that hits it off, and she thinks she still likes me more. Then the third one, maybe we're off on our own. Will it work like that, or is it just like a bunch of high school kids playing footsie under the table? Because I want to really drill down and find out how this plays out. And you're going to say it just depends, this, that, or the other thing. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe we're just confined by that. Then it's completely unknown, or what?
That's what it comes down to. Is like
Shit.
the only way to find out is for you to. There's just so many things that you could just you can't explain. It has to be experienced firsthand. I mean, Mike R and all the other people will tell you. I mean, you're not. It's just the tip of the iceberg is what you're seeing in the videos. You know, you're not seeing the footsies under the table. You're not seeing the conversations that are not recorded in by the camera, or what's going on behind the camera, even if it's going on, let alone when it's not on. So it's just you can't just capture it all. And
if I see a cute Filipina, I'm like a very touchy-feely guy. I'm gonna like, okay, you two bitches get over and sit next to Marco. I want to sit next to her. I put my arm around her and play with her hair, squeeze her nose, pour Coke over the top of her or something. I'm gonna, I'm touchy-feely.
I'll give you an example where like something like that did happen. It's like, is it okay if I know you guys just met and this is crazy, but he's gonna sit in the back seat with you while we're driving in traffic? Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay if he puts his hand on your name whatever body part? If she says yeah, then you're all clear to go. Then there you go.
Right.
Why not? It's like it's all, like I said, this is all kind of uncharted territory.
Okay.
I'm in the school of like, hey, let's try it. What's the worst that can happen, right? If we try 1,000 different things, and if we only need to be successful just one time, then that's good. And it would never happen if we didn't try. Okay,
right.
because if you don't, then you're just gonna be sitting around staring at four walls, like sitting there bitching and complaining. Why am I sitting there and staring at these four walls? And then all these other guys are just like asking this girl if I could put my hand on her leg. Which one would you rather do?
Hell yeah, it's easy. Okay, fine. So I mean, I was before you said that I was concerned like, oh, there's certain, don't you know that you can't do that? And there's certain guidelines here. There's fences and speed bumps all over here, and you're just supposed to be in this little narrow chute, like a cowboy.
But you know me. I'm all about pushing the envelope. I'm all pushing about.
Good.
What's the worst thing she can say is no.
Good. And you're there to speak to him.
Yeah, and I'll say,
like I'll say Tagalog, like, hey, tell this creep to get his hands off of me. I'm freaking out. And you'll be like, okay, it's all right, no problem.
It's like, they're in the car, and it's like, okay, here, kiss your friend. If you don't kiss your friend, GTFO out of my car. Okay, I'm going to kiss her. And it's like, no, then GTFO. Okay, here, puck her up. You see?
Good.
It's just like you just have to tailor-made the cattle prod. I mean, if you ever seen this movie, The Princess Bride, okay, they're trying to siege this castle. The giant goes up to the guy that's got the key to the gate, and it says, open the gate. And it's like, no, I'm not going to open the gate. And the guy, the leader says, okay, tear his arms off. And he goes, oh, you mean this key? Or you mean open this gate? You see?
Yeah. Okay, that's my style.
But it's all about setting up that situation where you can they're willingly going into that. I mean, that's just an example. We're not going to tear their arms off. We're not going to tell them to get out of the car. But everybody over here has a reason to do something, and it's the strategy or the planning or the challenge is what is that motivation. Give them, It's like they'll do whatever it is that you want them to do. You just have to give a right balance of like, yes, this is what I want to do, because also I'm scared if I don't, because the repercussions of like, okay, then we have to go home. And it's like, I don't want to go home. Why? Because my home is garbage. There's no pot to pee on over there. You see where our advantage comes in. I don't think you could do that in Thailand. Because fine, I'll go home. I have a bathroom over there, and I have my own food over there. Over here, but it's all about the where Bebots comes in is getting them out of that garbage that they're so comfortable in, and getting them. And then this is where kind of the transfer of trust comes in. Is you're asking, where does Bebotsonly comes in? Well, because they trust me, they know me. I mean, they've been making, you know, it's like people have complained that my haters and attackers. It's like, why did they trust this guy? Why did they get in the car and everything? And they forget the basic human nature of like, how do you get somebody's trust? Humans are everywhere, are the same as everywhere in terms of it requires time, hard work, sacrifice, a little luck, a little bit of money, and you have to know what the hell you're doing.
Indeed. And of course, we've seen from your past efforts that there's no way you could have assembled all those girls for all those, you know, we had those big, I don't know, I forget what you call them, but those big meetups where there was like, 10, 15 B-bots, you know, just like this collection of chicks. And then you invite some dudes over to socialize with them and stuff. There's no way you can arrange those things if you were like being some sort of a creep with them or something. There's no way. So, because you would have had a bad rep and they would have gotten around and stuff, Angeles and everything. So, there's a reason to trust.
And we all know the reason why I stopped it, because no one was coming anymore. Nobody came.
Right.
You know, and I did it 5 times. It's like if it was that bad, it would have stopped the first time or the second time or the third time.
Indeed. So I mean, there's a reason. Now my point is that there's a reason to trust you because you're not betraying the girl's trust by doing anything creepy, and so you just maintain that that demeanor, and it's your normal way, and so they're not getting any you're not making any false tells or anything, which would like giveaways that you're some sort of an expert or a rapist or something. So, yeah. So again, that what does this have to do with anything? Well, this is where the foreigner can benefit because the bitches will. There's lots of reasons why the bitch who's not a whore will look at a foreigner all crazy or just ignore him or pass by. And this is like I said before. There's this place here. You're standing as the white guy, and there's this giant chasm, the Grand Canyon, and then on the other side there's Marco and the B-bots, and he can make a bridge and bring you on over to that side. You'll never get there. That's what these motherfuckers think. They think, oh, it's so easy. Not necessarily, and certainly for some people, it's impossible to get over the Grand Canyon. But Marco has this magic bridge that he can, roll out.
If everybody watches my videos, I always say it's not easy, because if it's easy, there's always a catch. And I always say, no, it's not easy. And what makes these videos, these unlisted videos now is I'm opening it more up and I'm showing how hard it is. And everybody is respecting that. Everybody's respecting the honesty, even though it's harsh. Everybody's respecting the reality, even though it's grotesque. But this is a group of people. This is a small group of people that would rather hear the truth and what the reality is versus the lies that they want to hear. Okay, everybody else wants the perception, wants the lies, wants this fantasy, wants to sell a book. But there is a group of people that want to know the real answer. Even though it's like, this is what the girls are really like. In my last live stream, one person, this guy Bill Henry, he talks about like, yeah, everything you're saying I verified. It's like this girl, that's why she's off our list, or she's on a timeout, because she's doing these things, and he's confirming and we're like looking into their personal lives, and these are the things that are left out in these bios of the dating Asians, or the guys are just like going, oh yeah, that's not happening because I don't see it. Well, you refuse to see it, but over here where we're at, we're wallowing in what's really happening, because we don't want to be lied to, we don't want to be scammed, we don't want to be schemed, and I'm just taking them there to what all the things that I'm seeing, and these are the challenges. Especially when it comes to pretty girls. The ugly ones, nobody wants them, so you can have them. But the pretty girls, everybody wants the same pretty girl. And
well, it's good that there is a group of guys out there that appreciate the beautiful Filipinas. It's certainly lost on the present, the vlogging community we've had for so long, and like I said, we've talked about that like endless. But I'm glad again. I'm so glad that it's going again strongly, and it's more people are showing up, and so they can experience what you have to offer. And Hopefully,
Okay, speaking of experiences, can we touch? Since you brought up like sissy and roid rage, and I
yeah.
really enjoyed your commentary, and I'll give you my analysis. I pretty much, we all know just secondhand. We don't know what's going on, but we pretty much have to speculate. I mean, he's kind of. I'm trying to put myself in this position where like, why am I stuck with this same girl for like the last 5 years when there's like all these different girls, right? And I'm not stuck with her. I'm not saddled with her with a marriage or kids. Not that I want to. I mean, at what point does this guy says, hey, why did I come all the way over here? Yeah, I'm not saying one thing or anything against this one girl, but what about all these other girls that I could have access to? It gets to a point where it's, I don't want to say 7-year itch or anything like that. And then she wants to move the relationship the opposite direction. He's getting to a point where like, why am I always limiting myself to this one girl when there's so many candies in the candy store, but I'm stuck with this one candy. And then the girl is saying, yeah, that's right. Let's make this official or something like that. And that's probably because they're going in two separate directions. The bond that was keeping them together had to give.
Are you talking about Sissy?
No, I'm talking about roid rage, why they broke up.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Sissy's situation is he's kind of like doing it more the Filipino way, right? It's like, yeah, I'm married. I bought the cow. That's my story. That's my decision. But it doesn't mean that I can't milk the other cows here for free. And the cow that I bought, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many lady boys Sissy gets for free, even though the lady boys want to be paid, even though they don't ask for it. It doesn't matter how many of those lady boy prostitutes he goes with. The Filipina wife will always stay true to her husband, no matter how many. It's like all you have to do is say sorry and give her chocolates or take her whatever it is that your wife needs, and she'll always take you back. Okay, so Sissy has figured that out. It's like, yeah, I could be done with lady boys. I could do lady boys for a week, disappear for a whole month, and then she'll eventually you say sorry, and she'll say no. You can't do that. You can't be sleeping with other dudes, in front of me or behind my back. But a couple of days later, after you say sorry, she'll say, "Come home. I'm not mad anymore."
The Filipino difference, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Explain.
And he knows this, so that way, he could stay. Just like your friend who's got like the wife is, hey, I'm the one in line, and I know this is the way over here. Just as if you have if you have a guy that other women want, in these cases other men want, she has to eventually internalize that and accept that. And at the end of the day, she wants her marriage to be successful. It's her job for her marriage to stay together, right? Regardless, this is my decision. No matter, it's like I made the decision when I married this guy that whatever he does, he could sleep with 1 million lady boys. It doesn't matter because I made the decision already that I'm going to be with him.
That's
you see the difference?
Really significant. I think, you know what? I think that's, I'm going to go with that. I think you nailed it right there. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's the loyalty of a Filipino. That's why they have to be careful, okay? Because if they're not, they could end up with a ladyboy lover, right? And they're screwed up for the rest of their lives. That's why they can't just go in. You can't just go in there and date. You can't just go in there and like, okay, this girl has to say, I got to make sure you're not a ladyboy lover. I got to make sure you're not like a roid rage. I got to make sure you're not some Bean or Taco Bell. Okay,
so
the pretty girls can do
she
that.
Did fuck up then, because she did get a guy who's into ladyboys.
Yeah, but in her defense, she was making a decision based on. But you have to kind of, she has to extrapolate that, right? Did she know that this person was into ladyboys instead? I mean, she's at a disadvantage. How do I compete with another man? I don't have that tool that man has. I can't suck dick as good as a ladyboy. Is what she's saying.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Right.
And That's why they're so popular over here. That's what the English guys say.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry
why.
to say it's
That's why
sad.
I would never. I would never go down that dark alley. I mean, when I talk to lady boys, they always say it's like try it, you might like it. I'm like, that's not a question I want answered.
Well, plus the lady boys have here at least. I was talking with the lady downstairs about the lady boys here, and she knows how they are. They'll rip you off blind, and so they're very untrustworthy and stuff. So again,
Yeah,
there's a lot that goes in with that.
So when you were talking about that rumor that he was like some lady boys confronted him about him not paying because I'm the great white hope, like I did this before where I didn't pay, and that's what he thought he was doing. But you always got to pay. Either they save face or if they see you, they'll attack you. It might have been not have been like a fist fight or anything, but I could see why that confrontation would happen. And it was even reaffirmed or supported when he actually addressed it on one of his vlogs. This is the funny thing. It's like he actually went out and addressed it because that's how concerned he was that he wanted to contain it. Right? If somebody came up with a story about me like fighting with lady boys, I'd be like, are you serious? I wouldn't even address it.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. So, all right. So, it seems like you really got that one nailed. Let's just ask you a little further. So, what's going to happen? She's going to just stick with him through thick and thin, and there'll be these bouts of her being angry or tampo, but that's just going to subside eventually. And so
it doesn't matter.
He's figured that out.
When she signed that marriage certificate, she signed her own death certificate also. It's gone. It's done. It's a whatever, it's already been. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you inside I say anymore. It's like that's Sissy's property now, and he could do whatever the hell he wants with it now.
Wow. Amazing stuff.
That's right.
The Filipina difference, ladies and gentlemen, explained by the master. I mean, there it is. I 100%. Now that's
why I say don't mess with single moms. Don't because that's somebody's property already. Don't mess with other people's property when there's so many. It's not easy, but I'm just saying, hey, there's so many over here that are not single moms yet, that are not somebody else's property already.
Right.
That's how the men over here stake their property. They put a seed on that and go, hey, that's mine now. Okay. Or in Sissy's case, that's I put a ring on that. That's mine now. I can do whatever the hell I want. I could slap it. I could cut it up into pieces, put it in a luggage. Can't do anything about it. It's mine. It's already a moot point. Whatever it is, I can sleep with lady boys. I can do whatever I want. It's like what other than you can even beat them, and that's my husband. It's just this loyalty is just out of control. It's good if you're with a good man, but it's bad if you're with a bad man. It's a death certificate.
Right.
That's why the girls have to be careful where they put their eggs in what basket. So everybody will like telling me it's like, oh, Bebotsonly is this, Bebotsonly is that, and it's like, look at your own basket first before you talk about mine.
All right. So what other what's your analysis then on Freak A, the Kermit the Frog smirker? Of course, he lost. This is some time ago, but he did lose his Klingon, and now he's dating, whatever that means. He's looking for a semen receptacle that wants a short-term relationship, and they want a long-term relationship, and that ain't because he's a bachelor now.
Yeah. Well, the Beaner, he's and this all coincides with the whole apocalypse with the it's like all of a sudden it's like he's stringing this girl along the whole time, just like roid rage is, right? It's just like all of a sudden it's always been kind of strained because of it over the years. We can kind of coincide that the straw that broke the camel's back was there's no more AdSense coming in anymore. I mean, which is something that I never, that was long gone before. I never had that issue where I was like, my relationships depended on AdSense. or Bebotsonly depended on AdSense or anything like that. But in his situation, his relationship depended on the AdSense. I mean, even Roy Briggs was talking about the residuals of what, right? For them to, it is residual of nothing. Then maybe that added to the relationship strain also, right? You see how money plays into effect of whatever it is that the relationship they have. Now that he doesn't have any more money that somebody else is paying for, he's like, well, I'm not going to pay for that on my own, so why should I keep it?
Right.
Is my analysis on that situation.
I agree.
And then, but even, you know, I agree with probably Hemi on what he said about, I mean, that bachelor course on how to be a loser. I mean, here, let's do a bachelor course on how to be single. Like, you need a bachelor course for that. Like, you could do that on your own. You could do that in your sleep. Why do you need an online course to be like, nobody wants to be in a relationship with you? In a committed relationship with you. What the hell? It's like, did somebody, was this a joke? I was just like thinking, it's like, he goes, yeah, I've got a lot of business ideas. And one of my business ideas is to do it's like how to be single and nobody wants to be committed with you. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? And then like, I'm looking around, where's the candid camera? Is this for real? This got to be a troll. And nobody's calling him out on it, and I'm glad you're calling him out. I just enjoy how you're calling these people out on what they're doing, and the like you said, the co-enablers. They're like, yeah, I'm single also, and this is like, he celebrates our like singleness of like nobody wants anything to do with us. You know, and it's a celebration of like looking at walls, or celebration of being with Klingons, or being or whatever. It's like, I respect the fact, I'll go as far as I'll respect the fact that you guys have to have your own support group, and I will fight for your right to have your own support group. But the problem comes in when you start attacking ours and how we say to our, you know, it's like, hey, live your life the way you want. And that's what Bebotsonly is. It's like, we're living the life in our terms. I remember Marcus was saying, like, why do you do this? There's no money in it. I didn't give you any money. Why are you doing this? I'm like, if I didn't get up and get you at the airport, you'd still be waiting at the airport right now. He goes, yeah. You know, and these girls would be waiting for you to be picked up from the airport because they're waiting for you and you're still waiting for me, right? Did somebody else do it? No, somebody else could always pick you up from the airport, but nobody's going to take you to pick them up. See, it's my connection with so many different people that this web that I'm attached to, that compels me to like, I have no choice now. People do a lot of things because they have no choice. And it's almost like I said, well, then, you know, why? And because of my humanity, it's like, well, I would want to be kept waiting also. You know, if I was in these girls' position, because I was in these girls, what people don't understand is because I've been in this girl's position and living in garbage, and I've been in Marcus's situation where like I want to make a connection, and I'm here waiting at the airport. And since nobody else is going to do it, then I have to do it because everybody else is just making channels about attacking Mr. Pink instead. They would rather do that. While I'm picking you up at the airport, while we're making these connections, while we're doing all these things that you're thinking, did they do it? Did they not do it? These people are all attacking Mr. Pink while we're doing all these things. You see the big difference?
Well, so back to the burrito. The relationship really did center around, apparently from his admissions, the AdSense money, and that he was giving it to the family. He admitted that in the arrangement video. I don't know if that's still up or not.
Now the money is gone. It's like, well, then he's got to put in his own money, and he's like going, using somebody else's money is fine, but not my own money. Sorry, you got to go.
Right. It was like he budgeted. He said,
I'm not that into you to put my own money into you.
Right. That's what it sounds like. That's really good. That's another really good one you have there. And it's a way to explain to his subscribers why he's getting out and moving on.
Yeah,
because
you know
she
what?
sort of
I gotta say
expected it.
something. The worst offending statement was when Royd Rage blamed partially or whatever brought you and Mr. Pink up for the break for to add to the as more pressure on their relationship. I lost it right there when you pointed that out. That he was listening to too much of Video Freedom to strain the relationship. Like, oh my gosh, he's blaming you for his inadequacies, you know, for his relationship. Hey man, I got my marriage, I got my relationship, I got my relationships with other ones, man. I mean, I don't blame anyone for anything that happens with my my girls, you know, especially the ones that I own, that I've staked my territory on. And then he's got this girl that he's been, you know, that he's got shacked up for like several years, taking the best prime years of her life, you know, her childbearing years, and then to be turning around and then blaming it on you, it was just inexcusable.
Yeah, that's you know, a typical bonehead thing to do, and it's not going to work. You know, it's just not going to work, and he'll have to own up to his failures, or probably repeat them on the next poor victim. I don't think she's probably. I mean, as much as he's trying to get her back, he will only get her back under certain conditions. That's my view on it. In other words,
no. He doesn't want her back. It's like
he doesn't want her back.
He doesn't want her back. You guys are missing the point. Everybody's like saying, "Oh, I broke up with him." He said, "I've had enough of this. You know, Video Freedom is right. You know, this one's not the best pick of the litter here." And he's been telling me these years that these foreigners are into these donkeys and Klingons and foreheads, and it's like, you know, you know, she needs dental work, but even though she's like my property, I'm not going to put it in dental work. And the same reason he doesn't want her, he doesn't want to invest in her dental work also.
So even more the reason that he should probably be the first one to email you of the crew. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if
I'm just saying here, Aaron. I mean, you know, this is this is the normal. You know, I'm sure they're going to be listening. His group is going to be listening to this because he listens to you. He admitted it. This is just my way of throwing it. It's like, yeah, you're correct. This is this is the normal thing, and this is how, you know. And they've painted this their own, this abstract or distorted reality, and I don't know, you know, you could say, is it because, you know, they have, you know, he has a book he has to sell, and this book is dependent on his success. You know, what is his success? You know, his success in the relationship with the Philippines, and it's all kind of embodied in this relationship with this Filipina.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like he has any success in anything else.
No,
I don't see anything else in his videos that say he's not. He has no success in anything except this one relationship with this girl, and I'm using that as my motivation to tell everybody, hey, you can be successful and happy like me, you know, with this relationship if you buy this book. And this whole time that was his book, people are buying it because of this success with this Filipina, and now it's broken up, and it's all been one big lie, and he's blaming you. And then you go, now I got to point figures of so people will continue, and it's not my fault. It's Video Freedom's fault.
Right. That really fundamentally that will not work. That's what I mean. That will not work. Blaming me and Peter V will not work. That listening to us caused the breakup, and so that means don't listen to him. It's like a dig on me and Peter V, and it's an escape clause for him. It's a double whammy, and in both cases it's fraud. It's untrue, and it will not work. Here's the thing: you nailed it again. This is what it's all about.
This is kind of like the crux of this community.
And together
they're always looking for someone to blame.
Dreams.
Yeah, they're always looking for someone to blame. They can't ever own up to it's like their actions, and it's like you're involved in their actions. Okay, the only time my actions are involved with you is if you're involved in the actions also. It's like, oh, I gotta go pick up Aaron at the airport, so that's why my actions. But my own individual actions, especially with my own women, it's like I don't blame anyone else except myself. And that's just what this community or this buffoon of hillbillies are. They'll go around and like they'll blame everyone else for their actions, except and they're the ones committing the actions.
Yeah, they're failures. The successes they have, whatever money they take in at PayPal or something, they don't make me a part of that. I only get to be part of their failures, this sort of thing. And that's the unfairness of it. But again, it's these couples. Now, what does Ned do? What is he going to do? He's in a quandary. His whole thing is based on My Philippine Dreams, his website. He's going to tell you how the Philippines really is. This is how you do it, the brain dead Ned way. Now,
and here's the best part. He makes all the videos private, and at the same time he says, "Oh, and the residuals of that is gonna go to her." This is the funny part.
Right.
And he makes it all private, as if it never existed, as if it's like that movie, The Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind, where like you can erase memories of the girl and everybody's gonna forget about it. No, everybody's already seen it already. It's like taking it out as a going private and like, no, not me. I'm fighting to keep my videos and my experiences, because that's my hard work. That's me manning up and saying, hey, this is me doing something. Whether you agree, whether or not, I'm doing something. And he's like trying to cover up the lies that he has set up. It's like, okay, how can I let people say, it's like, oh yeah, we're in this relationship. It's all great. It's all everything and everything like that, right? And he doesn't want that going around, because everybody's gonna say it's like, oh, how can you be saying all these things and you're like all doing this relationship vlogs and how you're saying this is what you need and that. It's like, but your relationship failed.
Yeah. And of course, he took down that post that's been well documented now. Other people have done posts on that. That he took down the article on his website. Of course, I saved a copy of it. I don't know how many people did, but I've got the PDF copy of it, which I'll be releasing to the public so they can read about it. But basically, where does he go from here? Because does he want to continue with the My Philippine Dreams established YouTube channel, or does he abandon it? Because it is all based on this couple, and this couple failed.
Yeah,
he has to
I don't mean to dance on the man's grave or anything like that, but he did make his personal life public. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody now. Everybody's all going, "Oh, relationships break up all the time," right? Yeah, privately. Okay. So they deal with it privately. Now, when you put that stuff public so you can sell a book, man, you gotta face the music now. Right, you gotta continue with the facade.
No, he's a coward. He doesn't want it.
You made your bed. Now you don't want to sleep on it. No, video freedom is not gonna let you get away with it. That's what it is.
Right, exactly.
Everybody's saying, "Oh, why are you attacking them?" The relationships break up all the time. Yeah, but he's the one who's selling a book based on this relationship. So you got to call him out on it. There's nothing wrong with calling somebody out on something like that, especially when you made all this money on it.
Right, and that's a really good point. The co-enablers come in there to bail out. Yeah, but they break up all the time. This is not anything out of the ordinary.
But making a YouTube channel out of it with all these 1,000 subscribers, so you could sell a book on top of it. What about that part? Oh yeah, that's okay. Right? It's like can I and like one of my commenters say, can I still get my book signed?
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking birdcage liner now. You follow that system.
Yeah, and then all these, all their other channels are rallying around his failed relationship. And I go, why? Why do you want to encourage these failures or these charlatans or these snake oil salesmen?
Yeah, it's what it's all about. The thing is, it does not matter. It will not stop the breakup. They reinforce the failure. Just for example, on My Philippine Dreams, it did not stop the breakup. Are you telling me my little channel was able to accomplish and override all of the wishes of the fucking co-enablers by the thousands?
Yeah.
All of their positive comments, all their thumbs up. All it took was me, one little channel to flip the dominoes and send this thing to a terminal state.
Yeah, they've got their thousands and thousands of subscribers. They got their thousands. Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh, she's so pretty. Oh, she's a great catch. Oh, she's so. I wish I had something like that. you know, you got thousands and thousands of people saying that, and then you got one you that's like going, oh, that's you know, that's what you came all the way over here for that, and he's like, oh, he lost his mind.
Yeah. That's so funny.
The
Right
emperor
there.
has no clothes. You're like, it's like everybody will say, "Oh, those are wonderful clothes, emperor." You know, I can't see it, but it's great. And then you're like, you came all the way here for that?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Exactly. And so that is just amazing. It is the emperor has no clothes. It's the classic situation. I mean, that's very well in that story. And I remember seeing that when I was a kid in movies. They would play that in school on the projector and stuff like that. And I wonder why they played that. You know what? That was right for the teachers to educate us, because that film is that's real education right there. We didn't even know it. We didn't know what we were seeing. We didn't understand the concept as kids. But you know what? It's in there in the subconscious and the conscious, and I understand it now for sure.
Yeah, but it's this lynch mob herd mentality, kind of this group think that they can't like think for themselves, you know, and then, you know, the people that are saying, hey, the emperor has no clothes is the self-thinkers, and it's like, hey, we're not going to go, even though it's going to be 20, you know, thousands and thousands of people, they're going to attack you. Like I said, it's like when you've got, you know, like when I said the example, if you got 100,000 people telling the same lie, and then you got one person telling the truth, who are you going to believe?
Yeah. And so again, where does he go from here? All I could see is the channel is finished. What does he do? Bring the new girl on? Okay, me and her are gone. I found this new girl. Now we're the beautiful couple again. It's just a different couple. It's same me. Now will you believe us? It's you know, it's Ned and I am Giselle, and together we are My Philippine Dreams. Aren't we a cute couple? Are they gonna try to do that? That's option one. Option two is he gets her back, and they're all together again, and there's a roar in unison. All of the commenters and all the subscribers, oh, it's beautiful. I'm so happy. You know, that's option if he could pull it off, or he wants to pull it off. He's torn. Or the third, he just, like I said, there's nothing. The channel is dead. So he has 1, 2, 3 options. What do you think it is?
Well, he has a couple of options. I mean, one, he can always get back together with her. That's one option, but I don't think he wants to. It's like, why would I want to go back to something that I didn't want? That's why I left her. So that's always one option. The only reason why he would go back to her is to say, you know, to resave the channel. Yeah. Right? Because it's not like he can't replace her. Right? But can he replace her? But, you know, okay, let's replace her. Let's get someone else just like her, maybe better or upgrade. And, you know what, create another new channel after that? I mean, is the YouTube community that fickle where they'll forgive something just as long as you're feeding them cake again?
That's a good question. Let's stop right there. I mean, they'll forgive anything. They'll explain away anything, and they'll swallow anything. Will they swallow a replacement for Michelle and just keep on trucking like it never happened, basically?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
And we've only heard, let's just point out as well, and I want to get your response though on that concept. They'll swallow anything. But again, we have this repeating situation where all we ever hear from is the dude. We never hear, in this case from Michelle, what happened. Why the breakup? Can you tell us your side of the story? Anything. We only have his post. We don't have anything coming from her. This is a continuous pattern. Same thing with Sissy. Lynn doesn't say shit. You know, she doesn't say shit. And that's the way apparently this genre likes it. And they swallow that too. They don't want to hear from the girl. Whatever the guy says, he speaks on behalf of his sidekick. But anyways, what do you think? What was the thing? Will he just pick up where he left off with another broad, and will the community swallow it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, most of his community is like, you know, a lot of, you know, hillbillies anyway. So yeah, the answer is yes, absolutely.
So they just want content.
They just want cousin-loving hillbillies anyway. So yeah, the answer is yes. They'll swallow it all again with another girl.
Wow, what a bunch of pieces of shit, man. I mean, that's they're over. It's so significant what they're choosing to look over in that scenario. It's unbelievable. But this is more. It's like it's a performance. Then it's not real at all. It's just that's so disingenuous. But I think that's if that option happens, that's they probably will just go along with it. I've seen what they do with everything else. So this is taking that to extreme. How much will the audience swallow? The test is now what Brain Dead Ned does.
Yeah. Now, you could say disingenuous. I could say irresponsible. But even Sissy says, he's not here to be responsible. He's here to whatever it is that he's doing with his marriage and his lady boys and and I don't know what the hell he's doing. But the point is that in their defense, this is kind of like this is kind of like the environment is the one that's driving them. Okay, I could probably say the same thing about myself, but there's a certain point where I'm choosing what the environment is. But this is just like you were part of the environment that caused it to break up, or this is the best. This is what the best they think they're doing with whatever it is, limited information. He doesn't know anything about the culture, he doesn't know anything about the language, so this is the best that he could do with whatever limitations and limited information he has. Okay, which is like a big stark difference from what we offer, because we have so much knowledge on the language and the culture and human interaction, that this is the best that he could do with whatever satisfies his needs and wants. His wants or his needs was that, like, hey, he got tired of this girl and he wants to try something else. That's just every man's nature, to just try to water as many lilies as possible. And he just got to a point that, like, why did Video Freedom keeps telling me every day that why did I come all the way over here just for one, when there's so many that just like her or even better than her, and why am I limiting myself to just her? He just got to that point, because I could sell a book, screw the book, screw the AdSense.
Yeah, screw the channel. It's going to be more about me here. And since the AdSense has fallen away, that's also turning me off to participating in this anymore. I think the AdSense is a big part of the relationship. And you also pointed that out. And we see how they're easily drop the bitch when the AdSense is curtailed or basically shut off.
Yeah.
And so now the relationship, its value was based on what it could draw in AdSense. It was valued based on what the couple's appearance in this YouTube channel.
Now that the AdSense has no value, we get to see the tide comes down, and we see exactly what the value is of the relationships. Zero, because AdSense was zero. The relationship is now zero.
Yeah, they're willing to scrap it for something else. Certainly in the case of Brain Dead Net under this theory. And you know what? Like I said, that's the silver lining in my analysis and my criticism is you now have an opportunity to have another go at the whole Philippines experience, which is what I believe. Of course, I've been saying this, I'll just say it again, to get a good one, a pretty one, a younger one.
Here's the point you're making. Here, I know you're gonna say this, Aaron. You goes, hey, if I'm with a cat, I don't care if I have $1 million in AdSense or 2 pennies from AdSense. This is my cat. I'm not letting this cat go.
Hell yeah, that's
right. But when you got what they got, they're like, wait, now I have to put in my own money for that. Never mind.
It's that funny. That's so funny, man.
Right, but if you're with a cat, you're like, I don't care, right? If I have to put in my money, my own very own money that I would never touch, but somebody else's money, I'll support you, but not my own money. And that's the value of their relationships with these marginal relationships. Okay, and it's just so many things, but that's just one of the factors.
Yeah,
I keep going with your questions, because I actually eventually want to get into what you were talking about you know, like how is it, you know, do I get my own now? Okay, these guys are failures. Okay, what about me getting mine? Like what you were saying earlier. And I wanted to talk about how you were a part of mine and how I'm observing, you know, there, one of the things that I was going to say is just try something, do something different. Okay, stop doing it. If you keep doing whatever it is that you're doing and it's not working, stop doing that. Like, for example, these guys, if staring at four walls is a failure, then stop doing that. All right, do something else. I don't care what it is, something different. And you made the step to just like, okay, I'm in Thailand. That's different. That's just like one of the first steps is I'm in Thailand now. Right now, you've got more opportunities. Before, you know, when you weren't in Thailand, you didn't have that opportunity. I think you had more opportunities. I mean, you have more things to blog about because you're blogging about Thailand. So this, I'm just saying that's one step. You know, you have to. For me, I just got to try different things and try different things at my own. You know, things that I want to try. You know, don't do things that you don't want to do. Do things that you want to do. You know, if you look at the end of the day, if you look at all my videos, the thousands and thousands of videos, all these things at the end of the day, whether I'm upset or not, are still things that I want to do.
Cool.
And there's just so many things to try and do. And that's just my advice to you. Just keep trying and trying. And there's going to be, if you like it, that means there's lots and lots of other people's out there, a lot of other people out there that will like it also. And if you give it to them, they will give it, you know, if you give them what they want, they will give you what you want. You know, me, I don't want anything, but my family does. So that's why I'm doing it. With you, you know, since it's just you, then, you know, just do whatever you want. And if other people want it, then that's great. Then they'll help you with whatever it is that you need. But and if they don't want it, fine. It's no big deal because you're still doing what you want is the best part. But my advice is, you know, you were saying all these things and everything. You were like say all these ideas. Just as long as those are things that you want to do, then by all means do it. Because unless you do it, you won't know if it's a success or a failure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
You got to go with what you have. You know, right now you're in Thailand, and like, you know, the things that you got going for you is you've got a bunch of other Thai people, a lot of other people in Thailand listening to you, and then because they're listening to you, then all of a sudden they're listening to me. They wouldn't be normally not listening. I got 2 people that said that because of you. So you've got this following already. You just have to find a way to massage them. Like you said, that I was able to massage them.
They listen to my show. They don't donate to me, but you've got something they're more interested in, and they're donating to you. And so, yeah, I mean, like I said, how do I squeeze something out of them? I don't have anything to offer them. Apparently, my orations are not enough to make them kick down.
Yeah, well, then do something else. Then add something to it. You know, then
I need to add something that they want.
This is it. You've got them listening. Now, right. What else is there? I mean, I do the same thing, right? It's like, okay, I got it, and they're the ones. Afterwards, they're the ones who dictated what I was doing. And as long as I liked what it was that they were dictating, we were both doing it. We were all co-enabling things that they want and I want. And we're all happy, and the girls want it. You know, everybody benefits, and I fully disclose whatever it is, and the guys that come here know it. Just confirm. It's like everything you're saying. Yes, I get it, and then some. That's it. That's how I always came, because that's how I want to be treated. Also, I tell the girls. You know, I lecture the girls. It's like at the end of the day, if all religion and all these laws break down, it always comes down to it's like. Treat people the way you want them. You know, be honest. I want people to be honest with me, even people that I don't even know. It's like I have no reason to lie to somebody that I don't know, right? And I don't want them doing the same thing to me. You know, because you can't make a long-term relationship out of lies, as you could see. You know, with roid rage is a perfect example, or the beaner is a perfect example. Okay, those are 2 examples right there. But you can make a long-term relationship something that has a good foundation, which is built on trust. You know, all these guys that come and, even come in the live streams, they join the live streams, you know, not just one person, but several people. And the reason why is because all of this was built on trust. In like, hey, you know, we have men still have a bond between them that is just kind of maybe it's lost, and we're just kind of rekindling it, and it's just kind of, I don't want to say fellowship because that sounds too gay, but it's just like where we're just enjoying what everything that life has to offer: wine, women, food, and it's these and through that I create these strong bonds with our friends that come here, and the ones that don't come here, I make this strong bond through the videos and online. You know, it's like, yes, you came here for the relationship with the girls, but it's not possible without the relationship with me first, because they created the relationship with me, and it's easier for them. Your relationship with them is only possible because I established my relationship with them first. But through this relationship now, it's like my bond now with lawyer Mark now is because we went through these shared experiences with the girls. And it could be with any girl, but we had such a good time, you know, whatever it is that we did with them. It's only between us, of course, and if you want your own, you come here and you experience it yourself. Don't live your life through other people's experiences. Experience it for live your life through your own life.
Absolutely, and that's what most of these commenters
instead of staring at these four walls.
Can't. Exactly, and they would prefer to live through the fakers than venture out and chart their own territory and their own path. And like I said, wow, it's so great that Bebots is going again, and the beauties are back and available, possibly as at least friends.
Let me reiterate. Let me repeat what your part was in it. You were the one who first turned me on to the live streams. It was your back and forth. From your perspective, it's so extreme that you and I I was able to get you to come to an understanding that I couldn't, because of your perspective, that you and I could have a conversation. Other people were able to relate to your perspective more than mine. Was that how they were able to make the connection with me? You see, my perspective is very hard to relate to, but your perspective, they could understand. You know, you bring a lot of elements, whether they disagree with it or not, they could understand your perspective, versus mine is so screwed up. It's so unique that they couldn't relate to it. And that was kind of like my ceiling, my wall, until you came in and started talking to me. You know, you just didn't talk to me for like 5 minutes or 6 minutes or 10 minutes. You know, you talked to me for hours and hours, day in and day out, again, over and over again. And they're like going, hey, if this guy's doing it, why can't I talk to him? And you just lowered the barrier of like accessibility. Before, when people were intimidated or people were just attacking, there were people that maybe have been on the Fed. Oh, hold on, my battery's running low, 12%. I'll be right back. I gotta get my charger.
Okay. Well, I think the listeners have had a really good conversation to listen to here throughout this period of time. I wonder how long this thing has been going for. And well, it's good to catch up with Marco. And again, so wonderful that this is all going again. We're up at about 2 hours here, and which is a pretty long time for me. And but it's just getting started. So I think Mark, I don't know if Marco's going to do a live stream after this, but of course we'll ask him that. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I've always enjoyed the Filipinas, you know, and the high quality ones, so to speak, very alluring. And so I mean, I'm very intrigued to see where this goes. Definitely for a near future reference, possibly. I'm not unhappy in Thailand at all, but again, I see where Mark, the lawyer, is coming from. It's, hey, you know, there might be some cool chicks in Philippines, Nam, etc., and the Filipina difference, you know, I mean, the personality, you can establish a different sort of rapport with them, etc. And as long as they don't give you a dose of the clap, or the food doesn't poison you, and the lahar doesn't give you an upper respiratory infection, and so forth, it's a good time, you know.
Yeah,
And the trike doesn't.
Here's the big difference. Here's another
And
big difference.
ISIS doesn't kidnap you, and so forth.
Here's the big difference with let's take Sissy as an example. You know, let's talk about absolutes. Could Sissy get away with all the crap that he gets away with in Thailand as he does over here in the Philippines?
What do you mean by like what kind of crap? What do you mean by that?
Like, you know, all these lady boys.
Well, I mean, let's just
And
talk about that.
Will his relationship still continue or still stay together?
Oh. No, I don't think the girls would want to have anything to do with them. To be the women
Exactly.
would not have.
Exactly.
Yeah, no.
You see the big difference here, and
Yeah.
here, Sissy's wife is, you know, voluntarily saying this is no amount of money well, I don't know, but but not like anyone's gonna offer. But I'm just saying, you know, this is, you know, she's still standing by her man. You see the big difference? They would put up with that crap in Thailand.
That's brilliant. You own that, man, and I'm going to use it. It's your creation. I think your analysis, but I think I have to say I believe it's spot on. And
everybody, we're all talking about the big difference. Here's a perfect example. There's no way a Thai girl would put up with any of what Sissy's shenanigans. But over here with the Filipina, with, you know, she'll follow you down to hell. You know, and in Ned's case, I mean, I'm sorry, in Royd Rage's case, I don't want to get your channel in trouble. In Royd Rage, that's why I'm saying this in your channel. I would never say any of this stuff in my channel. But in Royd Rage's case, it's like this Filipina would follow him through thick and thin, through the fire, and he's just saying, "There's no AdSense, so take off."
Same with Freak. That's what. Yeah, they don't even know. They don't have the appreciation for their own sidekick. And the depths of it. That's what I mean. These fuckers don't know. I don't care if they've been there 5 fucking years. They still don't know the Philippines. They really still don't know the Filipino people. They really don't, and they have no business advising.
But you and I know, since they don't have access to it. But if they had a cat, they'd still be with it. They'd still be with them, regardless if there's any AdSense or not. But since they don't have access to the cat, you know, they're always going to be with another one that's not worth their money, or very little of it.
No, I mean, like I said, if I go back to thinking about one of this bar girl in Angeles back in the old days that I took out of the bar, which cost me, I think they wanted like $250 to take her out, so I wouldn't have to pay the bar fine every day. I think I gave them $125 or something like that. I paid half of it and told them I'd pay the other half later or something. Never got around to that. And I took her out, and she stayed with me for a long time. That girl, even of the Thai girls, I fucked up the ass so many and everything like that. This girl gave me the strongest, and like I said, the strongest fucking sex. And I was pounding her nearly on the floor on this tiny little mat that we stepped on that was probably like at most an inch and a half thick or something. You know, that's what we slept on the floor basically. And she had the most incredible ass and everything, and petite, but just incredible rocking body and a great fuck. And so, I mean, Philippine chicks, you know, it's great. You know, they're just awesome and everything. And so, like I said, no problem. I don't even know where I'm going with that. Get my mind fucking all in a loop here. But hold on. I got myself back, my bearings again. Sissy made a point in this little spiel directed at me, basically, his latest video. The lady boys love me. Looks at the camera and emphatically says the lady boys love me or something like that. And like, you know what? I would never say that, and I would never say something like that because number one, I don't know any lady boys. They don't know me because I walk away from them. I don't cavort with them. I don't talk to them. I just ignore them. I'm not rude to them. If they, you know, I say hi or something and be thumbs up and move on. You know what I'm saying? He interacts with them.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. I think they do suck his dick, and he says he probably stiffs them. And finally, someone, you know, the fucker said, "Hey, no, I got to get paid." So I think that is what happened.
Well,
like you
he's
said.
probably under the illusion or entitlement that, like, hey, you're sucking on this fine Caucasian American young, you wouldn't be, you couldn't be getting this on your own, so you should be paying me, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's probably right. I think that's what it is.
I don't know. I'll just have, without knowing, without being there, maybe that's it. But
Oh,
it's like sometimes these rumors, some, there might be, who would be making this stuff up unless something like that did happen. There was this scene, because I've seen scenes like that where bar girls are having arguments with, I had an argument myself when I was being stiff the other way around. I caused the scene also, but it was the other way around. They wouldn't give me, we paid the money and we're not getting the girl, versus the other way around. The girl gave it up, or the lady boy gave it up, but they're not giving the money. There's only scenes like that, or would even be reported or would be talked about if it actually happened. I don't think if it happened, I don't think people would make it up.
he admits through that statement to knowing ladyboys and that they love him, so he has interaction with them and all of that. And he said it so emphatically so.
Yeah, I mean, he went on my stream and said that there was touching and it was inappropriate, and I'm like, okay, inappropriate touching.
Yeah, he's beating around the edges on it. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, so
I know I dance around the edges also, but that's with Bebots, not with ladyboys.
Right, exactly. And then what's in the middle? So they're not going to tell you. And like even Kevin in Thailand, he's never said. I mean, he plays around with these ladyboys and stuff. He's never said the ladyboys love me, absolutely love me. That's just like going way too far.
But back to how we started this conversation in the first place. The big difference between Thailand and the Philippines, and I just used Sissy as a specific example.
Oh, okay.
Right, the difference.
Yeah.
The difference between the women over here and the women over there. Since generally that's what we're talking about is women. That's why we build bridges or build the tallest buildings. At the end of the day, is women. But I'm just saying that we still have a brotherhood that we here with Bebotsonly, with the people that come here, that we support each other, we help each other, and that we enjoy the company of women together, and that's what binds us men. Enjoying women together, not like enjoying each other like ladyboys or something like that. No.
Yes. Well, that's good. I'm glad you have this camaraderie now, and you have a following, and everything's going on. I look forward to more maturity of the new version and everything. And
it's hard to say where it's going. It's taken a life of its own. I mean, I'm pretty much dictated to what the people want, and as long as it's what I want also. I like interacting. I get to a point where I get my days where I just like I'm lazy. I am lazy. I don't want to do anything if I don't have to. But if I got girls waiting for me for hours and I go, I'm not gonna make it. 2 hours later, they're still waiting. I've already taken my power nap, so I don't really have an excuse anymore why I'm not going. Then I have to go, right? It's like because it's like I said, it's this mattering to other people. I mean, I can understand if it's with your own family, but it's mattering to your friends and it's mattering to the girls, especially young, pretty girls, is what gives our lives meaning.
Yeah.
It's this connection that we make to each other that, like, if you're not part of their lives, imagine how not empty, but how unfulfilled it would be if you were never part of it. I could say the same thing with Joy and Christian. With Joy, I was at a point where in her life where I was important, not anymore, but I'm glad I was there now that she has a life of her own now that she could be proud of and that she could share, and a family and kids and everything, and a husband. And at the end of the day, you make fun of Station, but at the end of the day, she made the right decision versus Sissy's wife.
Yeah. Exactly. They have their own apartment, and which is a good sign that they're moving forward. They're no longer living in mom's basement, so to speak. and I noticed that because I was just reviewing her channel the other day, and she's throwing rose petals around or something, and boy, what a loving woman. Apparently, she appears that he seems to be still happy with her, and
Yeah,
she's looking a little bit.
she cleans, she cooks, she takes care of the kids. You know, and after all that, puts the kids to sleep, throws around rose petals, and makes sure takes care of takes care of her man's needs. You know, it's not like he's going to get anything else better out there outside of his home than that. So yeah.
No, I mean, that's the magic of Bebots. So it'll be interesting to see where the new version goes with the guys, if they're able to have some success like that.
It's hard because we're getting so many different interesting characters, you know, from different perspectives, and I'm just surprised. I'm just getting a lot of Thailand people. You know, maybe I don't know. You know, is it like I said? It might be like Lawyer Mark. They're just looking for something different instead of getting the same experience like everybody else is getting.
Yeah,
so I don't know. You
you
guys from Thailand. Well, I have to defer to your expertise, but that's pretty much where I'm at with Bebotsonly. Any other questions? I know there's not much. I've been looking through the chat. There's really not much. A lot of questions there. You know, what else have you got? Because I've got my own garden to tend to, but I just wanted to say that I've been saying in my live streams that you've been saying a lot of different discussions and subjects.
Well, here's what I want you to do, Marco. Send me a link to one of your whenever you do a new one, bring a new girl onto the scene so I can see what people are viewing, and I'll keep it private. I won't comment on it or anything, or give a spill the beans on you, as they like to say in the Philippines.
Well, unless I comment on it, or the people that were in the video comment on it with you also, of course.
Huh?
Unless I comment on it with you, or the people that are in the videos.
Yeah, sure, okay. That's fine. Oh, that's fine. I just want to see what the new version looks like. So, you know, follow this thing a little bit further. And because I mean, that's what it comes down to. But great. Again, thank you so much for coming on the show and telling us about it. Of course, it's wonderful. And I'm glad that the guys in Thailand are, you know, looking over it. You should. Like I said, I did. I mean, you should be, you know, well versed in all of this Southeast Asia developing world. You know, you should be well versed in Cambodia. I am. Philippines. I am. Thailand. I am. I'm not well versed in Laos, Vietnam, or Burma. So there's still uncharted territory for me, as well as visiting old stomping grounds. So
yeah, that's it. You're there. I mean, that's it. You're there. Let your wanderlust take over you. You know, your passion. Let your passion take over you. I know you're a very passionate person. The way you talk about. I mean, if you could just apply the kind of passion that you have for this Jones person, to like other parts that people want, like, you know, young beautiful girls there in that area. Oh, people will do the same thing for you. I mean, I can't comment on other channels, but I can only comment on mine. At the end of the day, it's like, this is what they want. They're telling me what they want, and because I want it also, I'm doing it also. So if you want it, you'll find other people, and I know you're great at communicating what it is that you want. If you want, you'll find people that want the same thing, and they'll help you, and they'll enable you also, just like they've enabled me. You know, whatever it is that you need, they'll give it to you because they need you to have it, so they can give you, so you can give them what they want. I mean, the camera, you know, the $700 camera, they see it as not for me, but for them, because they're getting the direct benefit for it also. Same thing with the oil change. Now the guys or people coming here, they need that oil change also, because they don't want the car breaking down during their vacation. Same thing. So they can do the same thing for you also. Just express your passion, do what you want, live your life, and other people will want to live that. Other people want that life also, and they'll want to live it with you, and they'll live at first, and then they'll live it themselves. And once that happens, then you have nothing to worry about.
Wonderful, and thank you so much, Marco, for those kind words. And I think we'll just leave it at that. Thank you for coming on the broadcast. It was nice catching up with you.
Yeah, Aaron, it was too far and long in between since we talked. You know, I enjoy my conversations with you. I always welcome it, whatever it is. I always enjoy it. You and I, when we get together, when we're not together, we're always talking crap about each other. But you know, when you and I get together, it's all good.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much,
again,
Aaron, for
Marco.
having me on. Let's do this again soon. But I
Sounds
prefer
like a
let's
plan.
do it on your channel because you're more risky with your channel versus mine. I've got other people that I have to worry about to keep continuing with them. But yes, let's do this again soon. Invite me anytime and I'll answer the call.
Wonderful. Sounds like a plan, buddy.
Thanks again.
My pleasure. All right, there we had the infamous Marco of Bebotsonly Redux, or Redux, for you people who don't speak French. Redux. Or Redux. Redux means and wife, by the way. You know, you don't speak these languages, but so we're here to educate you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, amazing stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I think we got a lot of stuff out there in the open in so many different ways. Love is analysis. Wonderful, wonderful show here. 8:30 in the morning. It's time for me to sign off and try to get some breakfast. Don't want to sleep now, though. I'm going to try to not sleep because then the rest of the day is shot. So I hope you guys enjoyed this, whether you listen live or in the archive, and those who stuck through to this point. Thank you so much, and congratulations. I'm glad we were able to keep your attention. And that's it. So have a good one today.